Chapter 237. The Vajra sect master hadn't paid much attention to Fang Chen in the beginning. However, when Fang Chen unleashed the three-sword realm's sword burst, he finally recognized the strength of this young martialist. Therefore, he had asked Liang Yi, "Sect leader, he is a good friend that we met on the way here. He is very strong." Liang Yi said simply. As soon as Liang Yi finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man from the Falling Dust Sword Sect's area walked up to the martial practice platform. Yi Ming, the head disciple of the Luo Chen Sword Sect. He was much stronger than Yi Luo and had reached the peak of the third level of the Qi transformation realm. Yi Luo represented the Luo Chen Sword Sect. He was easily defeated by Fang Chen, and by a first level of the Qi High realm. This made the Luo Chen Sword Sect lose face. Therefore, when Yi Luo was defeated, Yi Ming stood up. He wanted to teach this ungrateful warrior a lesson and let him know that the Luo Chen Sword Sect was not so easy to bully. "Brat, you're very powerful," Yi Ming said in a deep voice as he stood on the combat ring and looked at Fang Chen with narrowed eyes. "However, you're no match for me," Yi Ming said again. His meaning was clear. He wanted to avenge Yi Luo and save face for the Luo Chen Sword Sect. Seeing Yi Ming attack, the leader of the Luo Chen Sword Sect sneered. He knew Yi Ming's strength. No matter how strong this kid was, he would not be able to do anything. The leader of the King Kong sect was worried about Fang Chen when he saw Yi Ming attack. He asked, "Yi Ming has reached the peak of the third level of the Qi High realm. Can your friend handle him?" "Sect master, don't worry and just watch." Liang Yi's face was full of smiles as he grinned. Seeing the confidence of the four young masters of the Liang family, the leader of the Luo Chen Sword Sect did not say anything else. On the stage, Fang Chen looked at Yi Ming. His face was calm and did not show any fear. "If you want to fight, then fight," Fang Chen said. "I hope you can still be so courageous." As soon as Yi Ming finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a majestic sword aura surrounded his body. Then, a wild sword aura shot up into the sky. Crash! Yi Ming growled and suddenly performed the sword technique that he was proud of. The long sword in his hand trembled, and sword gleams instantly appeared in the sky. These sword gleams contained majestic sword intent. Seeing that Yi Ming's attack was about to arrive, a strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then performed the second level of the fire and water sword technique. Rumble! The second level of the fire and water sword art was executed. A powerful fire and water sword light suddenly floated in the sky. Above the fire and water sword light, half of it was fire and half of it was water. It was a spectacular sight. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two collided with each other, erupting with a wild sound of vibration. Fang Chen retreated a little while Yi Ming, on the other hand, kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize himself when he retreated to the edge of the arena. At that moment, Yi Ming finally realized how extraordinary Fang Chen's sword technique was. His eyes were filled with surprise. How can this kid's sword technique be so exquisite? The Luo Chen Sword Sect leader's face was filled with shock as he said softly. As the Luo Chen Sword Sect leader, he was the most powerful sword cultivator in the sect. Just by watching Fang Chen perform the second level of the fire and water sword technique, he instantly realized that Fang Chen's sword technique was extremely exquisite. After a long while, the Luo Chen Sword Sect leader shook his head slightly and sighed. Yi Ming is not his match. The Luo Chen Sword Sect leader could not understand how such an exquisite sword technique could be successfully cultivated by such a young cultivator. As the Luo Chen Sword Sect leader expected, Fang Chen gradually gained the upper hand in the following battle. No matter how Yi Ming attacked like a storm, he was unable to shake Fang Chen. In the end, Yi Ming was forced out of the ring by Fang Chen amidst the exclamations. Of course, this was also because Fang Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, Yi Ming would have been killed by him. Yi Ming's strength was similar to Hua Feng's, so it was easy for Fang Chen to kill him. Impossible. Yi Ming's eyes were filled with blood. He could not believe that a first-level Qi High warrior could defeat him. Hearing Yi Ming's angry roar, the Luo Chen Sword Sect leader shook his head slightly. He slowly stood up and said, "Yi Ming, you are not his match." After the Luo Chen sword sect leader finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he slowly said, "My friend's sword technique is superb. I admire it. The Luo Chen sword sect is a great sword sect in the south. If you are willing to join the Luo Chen sword sect, we will definitely do our best to train you," the Luo Chen sword sect leader suddenly said. Hearing the Luo Chen sword sect leader's words, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. His thoughts were not here. He only wanted to quickly reach the 5th level of the Qi High Realm and then enter the capital of the central region. "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but I have no plans to do so at the moment." Fang Chen put away his hidden dragon sword and said. Fang Chen rejected the Luo Chen sword sect's invitation. In the end, the disciples of the Luo Chen sword sect were led away by the sect leader and left quietly. After the Luo Chen sword sect left, the entire King Kong sect was in a state of jubilation. Every time the two sects sparred, the Luo Chen sword sect would completely defeat the King Kong sect. This time, the Luo Chen sword sect was finally defeated. "Fang Chen, thank you very much this time." The King Kong sect leader personally expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing." Fang Chen nodded slightly and said. After chatting with the King Kong sect leader for a while, Fang Chen was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb Fang Chen. After the Liang family's 4 young masters returned to the sect, they also went into seclusion. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen stayed in the Luo Chen sword sect for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen walked out of the courtyard and headed towards a mountain peak. Fang Chen heard from a disciple that the King Kong sect was a body-refining sect. Within their sect, there was a sacred mountain. On top of this sacred mountain, there were 9 steps. These steps were called the body-refining steps. Most of the disciples of the King Kong sect usually cultivated their physical strength on the body-refining steps. Of course, not every disciple was qualified to step on the body-refining steps. This was because there was an extremely wild pressure on the body-refining steps. If one's physical body was too weak, they would be crushed by the wild pressure and be seriously injured. When Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, he saw countless disciples. This sacred mountain wasn't too high. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there were 9 steps. There was a certain distance between each step. Between each step, there was a staircase. When Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, countless disciples were watching. At this moment, Jin Tai was climbing up the body-refining steps. Jin Tai's physical body had reached the peak of the 1-star Dao body. His physical body was very strong. Fang Chen saw that Jin Tai went from the 2nd step to the 3rd step. After reaching the 3rd step, Jin Tai finally couldn't go any further. His figure flashed and he immediately retreated from the body-refining steps. Senior brother Jin Tai could only reach the 2nd step last time. I didn't expect him to reach the 3rd step this time. It seems like senior brother Jin Tai will soon advance to a 2-star Dao body. Yes, senior brother Jin Tai is already quite far from a 1-star Dao body. Maybe he can break through this time. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, senior brother Jin Tai is the disciple with the most hope of reaching a 2-star Dao body. Many disciples saw Jin Tai retreating from the body-refining steps and said. At this moment, Jin Tai noticed Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, you're here." Jin Tai looked at Fang Chen and asked. At this moment, everyone realized that Fang Chen was here. They all looked at Fang Chen. "I'm here to take a look." Fang Chen smiled. "Do you want to try?" Jin Tai suddenly said. When Fang Chen heard this, he nodded slightly and said, "That's fine too." After saying that, Fang Chen activated his 1-star Dao body. His physical defense reached the highest level. The surface of his skin glowed. Then, Fang Chen stepped onto the 1st step. Boom! When Fang Chen stepped onto the 1st step, a strong pressure came from all directions, squeezing Fang Chen. What a strong pressure! Fang Chen thought to himself. The pressure on the body-refining steps could temper a warrior's physical body to the extreme. Hiss! 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 Fang Chen stayed on the 1st step for 15 minutes. When he finally adapted to the power on the body-refining steps, Fang Chen began to move. At this moment, Jin Tai, who was at the foot of the sacred mountain, was shocked. How is this possible? Jin Tai murmured. His physical body has reached a one-star Dao body. While Jin Tai was talking, Fang Chen stepped onto the second step. When Fang Chen reached the second step, he felt an even stronger force squeezing his body. At this moment, the light spots on Fang Chen's skin flickered continuously. Middle stage one-star Dao body, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen began to accept the baptism of the strong pressure. Time passed by slowly. All the warriors were watching Fang Chen on the body refining steps. After an hour, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The light on the surface of his skin was even more dazzling. Peak one-star Dao body. Fang Chen's heart was filled with surprise. Previously, his physical body had only reached the middle stage one-star Dao body. He did not expect that after receiving the baptism of the strong pressure on the body refining steps, his physical body would reach the peak one-star Dao body in just an hour. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen tiptoed and directly stepped onto the third step. When he reached the third step, Fang Chen finally felt a lot of pressure. If I cultivate for a period of time on the third step, my physical body will definitely break through to a two-star Dao body, Fang Chen thought to himself. Chapter 238. There were a total of 9 body-tempering steps on the sacred mountain. The first 3 represented a one-star Dao body, while the middle 3 represented a two-star Dao body. As for the last 3, they represented a 3-star Dao body. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, only Jin Tai had been able to reach the third body-tempering step. Jin Tai was the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. The King Kong sect was originally a body-tempering sect. Although they couldn't be compared to the ghost-killing sect, which was one of the top 5 factions, they were still very extraordinary. As the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai's physical body was definitely very strong. However, Jin Tai had only reached the third body-tempering step not too long ago. No one had expected that Fang Chen would also successfully reach the third body-tempering step. In the eyes of many disciples of the King Kong sect, Fang Chen was a pure sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest offensive power among all martialists. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed previously was enough to match his title of sword cultivator. However, when they saw the strength of Fang Chen's physical body, they were all shocked. The physical body of a sword cultivator was comparable to that of their King Kong sect's chief disciple, Jin Tai. How crazy was this? Chapter 239. There were a total of 9 body-tempering steps on the sacred mountain. The first 3 represented a one-star Dao body, while the middle 3 represented a two-star Dao body. As for the last 3, they represented a 3-star Dao body. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai was the only martialist who could reach the third body-tempering step. Jin Tai was the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. The King Kong sect was a body-tempering sect. Although they couldn't be compared to the ghost-killing sect, which was one of the top 5 factions, they were still extraordinary. As the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai's physical body must be very strong. However, Jin Tai had just reached the third body-tempering step not too long ago. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen had also successfully reached the third body-tempering step. In the eyes of many disciples of the King Kong sect, Fang Chen was a pure sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest offensive power among all the martialists. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed previously was enough to match his title of sword cultivator. However, when they saw the strength of Fang Chen's physical body, they were all shocked. The physical body of a sword cultivator was comparable to the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai. How crazy was that? What a mysterious fellow. Jin Tai stood quietly as a tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he muttered in his heart. After Fang Chen reached the third body-tempering step, he left the sacred mountain. When Fang Chen came down from the sacred mountain, he received countless applause. All the martialists looked at him with eyes full of respect. Fang Chen's position in the hearts of many disciples was comparable to Jin Tai's. No, to be exact, it was higher than Jin Tai's. Unfortunately, Fang Chen wasn't a disciple of the King Kong sect. Soon, The news of Fang Chen's attempt at the body-tempering steps spread throughout the King Kong sect. When the King Kong sect master heard the news, his face was full of helplessness. He then sighed and said, "Unfortunately, he isn't a disciple of the King Kong sect." Hearing the King Kong sect master's words, the great elder's eyes flickered. He then laughed and said, "Sect master, although he is not a disciple of our King Kong sect, he has a good relationship with the Liang clan's fourth young master. Moreover, it is said that he wants to enter the imperial capital. However, with his current cultivation, it is clearly impossible for him to enter the imperial capital. During this period of time, he will be cultivating in our Vajra sect. Our Vajra sect can satisfy some of his needs and befriend him," the first elder continued. "That's right. This kid has monstrous potential, and he might become a great figure in the future. Our Vajra sect must be on good terms with him," said the second elder. They were deeply aware of Fang Chen's potential. With such talent, if he did not die prematurely, he would definitely shake the entire ancient sword continent in the future. And this was also the best time to befriend him. Once his wings were fully grown, it would be more difficult to befriend him. That day, many of the upper echelons of the Vajra sect held a meeting regarding Fang Chen. In the end, the upper echelons of the Vajra sect reached a consensus. The Vajra sect would cultivate Fang Chen with all their might. The sect master of the Vajra sect even suggested that Fang Chen be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. Early in the morning of the second day, the Vajra sect master, accompanied by the Liang clan's fourth young master, arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard. At this moment, Fang Chen was cultivating. The Vajra sect master signaled the Liang clan's fourth young master to not disturb Fang Chen's cultivation. They waited for Fang Chen in his courtyard for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was cultivating the Wind and Cloud Sutra. In the tomb of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, he had reached the 7th level. Not long ago, he had reached the 8th level of the Wind and Cloud Sutra. As long as he could reach the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Sutra, he would be able to cultivate the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Once he cultivated the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture, his strength would skyrocket. At that time, even if he were to face a warrior at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, he would not be afraid. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying light. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense aura. Seeing this scene, the Vajra sect master's eyes were filled with joy and he nodded slightly. Vajra sect master, the Liang clan's fourth young master. Only when Fang Chen opened his eyes did he realize that the Vajra sect master and the Liang clan's fourth young master were standing in the courtyard. Fang Chen, the sect master arrived 2 hours ago. However, he did not want to disturb your cultivation, so he waited for you. Liang Yi said with a smile. Fang Chen. The Vajra sect master looked at Fang Chen and cupped his hands with a smile. Sect master. Fang Chen said, I wonder why the sect master has come to find me. As the sect master, he was usually very busy. Now that he came to find Fang Chen and even waited for 2 hours, it must be something important. Fang Chen, this time I came to find you because of a matter. The Vajra sect master smiled and said, I want you to be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. Hearing the Vajra sect master's words, Fang Chen was stunned. The Liang clan's fourth young master beside Fang Chen were also stunned. They did not expect the Vajra sect master to say such a thing. Consecrator? The Liang clan's fourth young master were surprised. A consecrator of the Vajra sect was at least a warrior at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. They were very powerful. The current Fang Chen obviously did not meet the requirements to be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and said, Fang Chen, this is the decision of the entire Vajra sect. Of course, you can also think of it as an investment. The Vajra sect master said frankly. Hearing the Vajra sect master's words, Fang Chen understood. The Vajra sect master saw his potential and felt that he would definitely become a great person in the future. Therefore, he wanted to befriend him at this time. Fang Chen, if you become a consecrator of the Vajra sect, we will not restrict your freedom. You don't have to do anything. When you grow stronger in the future, if the Vajra sect needs you, you can lend a hand. The Vajra sect master continued, "Of course, if you become a consecrator of the Vajra sect, you can also enjoy the treatment of a Vajra sect disciple." After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen slowly nodded and agreed. "This is a consecrator token. Take it and you can enter and leave the Vajra sect as you wish." The Vajra sect master smiled. He was very happy that Fang Chen could accept the position of a consecrator. Of course, Fang Chen also had his own plans. The path of martial arts was extremely difficult to cultivate. He also needed some resources. Being a consecrator of the Vajra sect would allow him to obtain the resources of the Vajra sect. Since he had not reached the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, he would have to stay in the south and would not be able to enter the imperial capital. Therefore, he might as well cultivate in the Vajra sect. Moreover, he could feel the Vajra sect master's good intentions towards him. Therefore, he gladly accepted. As for what the Vajra sect master said, if the Vajra sect was in trouble in the future and needed his help, if Fang Chen had the strength to help at that time, it would not be a big deal for him to lend a hand. Just like that, Fang Chen became a consecrator of the Vajra sect. This made the 4 young masters of the Liang family very envious. "Brother Fang, you are so awesome." Liang Yi grinned. The other 3 also congratulated him. Fang Chen smiled. Ever since he became a consecrator of the Vajra sect, Fang Chen had been cultivating in the courtyard. The body refining steps of the Vajra sect was a good place to cultivate the body. He wanted to use the body refining steps to cultivate his body to a 2-star Dao body. Now, his body had already reached a 1-star Dao body. If he wanted to cultivate to a 2-star Dao body, he only needed an opportunity. Just like that, Fang Chen cultivated for 3 days. Finally, he felt a slight movement. Immediately, he left the courtyard and came to the foot of the sacred mountain. Seeing Fang Chen's arrival, countless warriors greeted Fang Chen. They all knew that Fang Chen had become a consecrator. Now, they respected Fang Chen even more. Fang Chen nodded to the crowd. Then, with a tap of his foot, he directly stepped onto the body refining steps. With a whoosh, he jumped onto the 3rd body refining step and began cultivating. On the 3rd body refining step, Fang Chen withstood the strong pressure coming from all directions. This pressure was constantly tempering and baptizing his body, causing it to undergo earth-shaking changes. Hiss, hiss. Time passed bit by bit. Under this pressure, Fang Chen could feel that the transformation of his body had sped up. For an entire day, Fang Chen had been cultivating on the 3rd body refining step. After a day, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. An invisible aura instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. At the same time, Fang Chen heard the sound of countless bones cracking in his body. Then, Fang Chen realized that his body was wildly absorbing the strong pressure around him. His body was making a final struggle. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the changes happening to his body. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, there were almost no warriors because it was early in the morning. Only Fang Chen was here. Rumble. Suddenly, Fang Chen's physical defense reached its limit. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a continuous crackling sound in his body. In an instant, Fang Chen felt that his body had become stronger again. Then, Fang Chen realized that the pressure on the 3rd body refining step had suddenly decreased. After a slight feeling, Fang Chen realized that his body had reached the 2-star Dao body. The pressure on the 3rd body refining step had not decreased, but rather, his physical defense had become stronger. Is this the 2-star Dao body? Fang Chen said with a smile on his face. Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with strength. With just the strength of his body, one punch was enough to kill a warrior of the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. Just from this point, it was enough to see how strong the 2-star Dao body was. When Fang Chen's body reached the 2-star Dao body, the pressure on the 3rd body refining step no longer had any effect on him. Fang Chen tiptoed and jumped onto the 4th body refining step. Whoosh! On the 4th body refining step, the wild pressure was pressing down on Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After his body reached the 2-star Dao body, Fang Chen believed that his strength was comparable to a warrior of the early stage of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Chapter 240. Many disciples of the Vajra sect cupped their fists at Fang Chen when they saw Fang Chen coming down from the divine mountain. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Consecrated Fang, have you stepped onto the 4th step? Some disciples had arrived earlier and happened to see Fang Chen coming down from the 4th step. As for the disciples who came later, they did not see him at all. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock when they heard some disciples asking Fang Chen this question. In just a few days, Fang Chen had stepped onto the 4th step from the 3rd step. What kind of monster was this? Their eyes were burning as they looked at Fang Chen, wanting a definite answer. Fang Chen nodded slightly and admitted it directly. It was not a big deal and there was no need to hide it. However, when they saw Fang Chen admit it, the hearts of many disciples below the divine mountain were filled with shock. Consecrated Fang is too amazing. In just a few days, he has stepped onto the 4th step. Yes, consecrated Fang is not only powerful, but also has great potential. He is the first warrior among the younger generation of the Vajra sect to step onto the 4th step. In the past, I thought that senior brother Jintai had great potential. However, after seeing consecrated Fang, I realized that there is always someone better out there. Many disciples were shocked and praised Fang Chen one after another. One had to know that to be able to step onto the 4th step of the divine mountain meant that the physical strength of one's body had at least reached the level of a 2-star Dao body. What did it mean to have a 2-star Dao body? As a 1-star sect, the Vajra sect did not have a single member of the younger generation with a 2-star Dao body. From this point, it was enough to see how great Fang Chen's potential was. Moreover, Fang Chen was so young. He was the youngest consecrated in the history of the Vajra sect. When the news of Fang Chen successfully stepping onto the 4th step reached the ears of the Vajra sect master, his face was filled with an excited smile. I was right about him, the Vajra sect master said excitedly. The Vajra sect master said excitedly. In just a few days, Fang Chen had advanced from the 3rd step to the 4th step. Fang Chen's potential was much greater than he had imagined. That's right. This kid's talent is heaven-defying. In the future, he will definitely become an overlord. The first elder laughed. Sect master is wise, the other elders said. However, at this moment, a discordant voice entered everyone's ears. Isn't he just a brat? So what if he's a genius? Of all the geniuses I've seen over the years, most of them died prematurely. The voice rang out again. Only those who truly survive can be considered geniuses. Those who die prematurely aren't geniuses. Fang Chen's potential is not bad, but who can guarantee that he'll be able to survive in this chaotic world, said Consecrate you coldly. Consecrator, you had sacrificed a lot to become one of the Vajra sect's consecrators. In the end, he had been lucky enough to become one of the Vajra sect's consecrators. When he heard that Fang Chen had become a consecrated of the Vajra sect, Consecrate you was furious. This brat only had a little bit of potential. What qualifications did he have to become a consecrated of the Vajra sect? A consecrated of the Vajra sect had to be at least at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to be a consecrated. Back then, Consecrate you had advised the Vajra sect master not to let Fang Chen become a consecrated, but the Vajra sect master didn't listen. This caused Consecrate you to be filled with anger towards Fang Chen. At this moment, when they heard that Fang Chen's physical body had reached a 2-star Dao body, many of the elders were overjoyed. Only Consecrate you's eyes were filled with disdain. Consecrate you can't say that. Our Vajra sect is making an investment. Once the investment succeeds, we will definitely reap great rewards in the future. The first elder retorted. What if the investment fails? Fang Chen may be glorious now, but one day, he will leave the Vajra sect. Once he leaves the Vajra sect, his death will be our loss. Consecrate you coldly said. Consecrate you. Say no more. If you want my approval, you need to fight with me. Consecrate you interrupted the first elder's words and said coldly. Consecrate you, your cultivation has reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen is only at the first level of the Qi High Realm. How can he block your attacks? The first elder helplessly shook his head. Everyone knew Consecrate Yu's temper. At this moment, they couldn't persuade him. I will suppress my cultivation to the early fourth level of the Qi High Realm. If he still can't block my attacks, then it means that he is not qualified to be a consecrated. At that time, I would like to ask the sect master to remove him from his position. Consecrate Yu said in a deep voice. Consecrate Yu. The great elder still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the King Kong sect master. His eyes flickered as he pondered the situation. He didn't know how Consecrate Yu managed to convince the Vajra sect master, but the news that spread was that Consecrate Yu wanted to challenge Fang Chen. Consecrate Yu suppressed his cultivation to the early fourth level of the Qi High Realm. As long as Fang Chen could block 30 of his attacks, he wouldn't make things difficult for Fang Chen. This news spread throughout the entire Vajra sect. When the 4 young masters of the Liang family heard the news, they hurried to Fang Chen's courtyard to inform him. Fang Chen heard the news and his face was calm. Brother Fang, aren't you worried? Liang Yi asked anxiously. Fang Chen shrugged and said, what's the use of being worried? Of course, there was a reason why Fang Chen wasn't worried. Before his Dao body broke through, he was already able to defeat a warrior at the peak of the third level of the Qi High Realm. Now that his Dao body had broken through, his overall strength had increased. Defeating a warrior at the early fourth level of the Qi High Realm shouldn't be a problem. Fang Chen wanted to use this opportunity to see how strong he was. The time was set to be 3 days later. When the 4 young masters saw that Fang Chen wasn't worried at all, they left Fang Chen's courtyard in the end. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the third day arrived, countless disciples rushed to the martial arts practice field. In the Vajra sect's martial arts practice field, there were countless disciples. They all wanted to see if Consecrate Yu could create a miracle in this battle. When Fang Chen arrived at the martial arts practice field, the Vajra sect leader and the others hadn't arrived yet. He saw Jin Tai and the latter greeted him. Consecrate Fang, Consecrate Yu's strength is tyrannical. Although he suppressed his cultivation, his skills and fighting skills are much stronger than yours. You have to be careful in this battle. Jin Tai walked to Fang Chen's side and reminded him. I'll be careful. Fang Chen said. Ever since Fang Chen displayed great strength, Jin Tai had been completely convinced by Fang Chen. He wasn't jealous of Fang Chen becoming a consecrate at all. In fact, he even congratulated Fang Chen. Later, when Fang Chen successfully stepped into the 2-star Dao body from the pinnacle of the 1-star Dao body, Jin Tai specially came to consult Fang Chen. Fang Chen also imparted some of his own experiences to Jin Tai. Fang Chen and Jin Tai were both friends and teacher. However, in Jin Tai's heart, Fang Chen had given him a lot of pointers, and he was very grateful. Consecrate Fang, I have a vague feeling that you will win this battle, Jin Tai suddenly said. Fang Chen grinned and said, I also hope that I can win. Just as Fang Chen and Jin Tai were talking, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan also arrived. They also cheered for Fang Chen. Later, the King Kong sect leader and the others also arrived. Finally, Consecrate Yu also arrived. After Consecrate Yu arrived, he stood directly on the martial arts stage and stared coldly at Fang Chen. You are Fang Chen? Consecrate Yu said coldly. Consecrate Yu had never seen Fang Chen before, so he asked. Fang Chen nodded and smiled at Consecrate Yu. There was not a trace of fear on his face. The first condition of being a consecrate of the King Kong sect is that you must be at least at the 4th Qi High Realm. Therefore, I think that you are not qualified to be a consecrate, Consecrate Yu said slowly. Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you to decide, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Consecrate Yu snorted and said, Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the early stage of the 4th Qi High Realm. If you can withstand 30 of my attacks, I will acknowledge you and won't cause you any more trouble. On the other hand, if you can't even withstand 30 of my attacks, then you shouldn't be a consecrate of the King Kong sect. It's best that you stay away from the sect. Then let's fight. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. All right. Consecrate You heard this and shouted in a low voice. The aura around his body suddenly surged, and on the surface of his skin, spots of light shone. Consecrate You activated the strength of his body, and his defense reached its limit. 2-star Dao body? Fang Chen said after seeing the strength of Consecrate You's body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen also activated his 2-star Dao body. The strong energy waves caused countless disciples to be shocked. King Kong Annihilating Fist. Seeing Fang Chen activate his 2-star Dao body, Consecrate You knew that he did not have the upper hand in terms of defense. Therefore, he directly used his most powerful fist skill. After the King Kong Annihilating Fist was used, the entire martial arts arena was instantly surrounded by a golden fist aura. Seeing this, Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the second level of the fire and water sword art. The fire and water sword art collided directly with the golden fist aura and exploded. Consecrate You saw this and was surprised. He immediately used the King Kong Annihilating Fist again. Bang bang bang. Consecrate You originally thought that Fang Chen would at most be able to withstand 10 moves from him before being defeated. However, the reality was out of his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged 20 moves. Fang Chen seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. My body has reached the 2-star Dao body. My strength has indeed increased. Fang Chen thought to himself. If his body had not reached the 2-star Dao body, he would not have been able to fight against Consecrate You. At this moment, he was using the fire and water sword art to continuously fight against Consecrate You. However, Consecrate You's true cultivation level was at the peak of the 4th Qi High realm. Regardless of battle techniques or battle experience, he was stronger than Fang Chen. Therefore, Fang Chen could only fight to a draw with him. He was unable to defeat him. However, Fang Chen was very confident. If the person in front of him was an ordinary early Qi High realm disciple, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Bang bang bang. After Fang Chen blocked Consecrate You's 29th move, Consecrate You's face finally darkened. Chapter 241. At this moment, Consecrator You's face was filled with coldness. His heart was filled with anger. This final move must defeat Fang Chen, or else he would not be able to stay in the King Kong sect in the future. Consecrator You let out a low roar, and spots of light appeared around his body. Following that, Consecrator You activated his Dao body, and the tyrannical power of his Dao body dissipated wildly. Mount Tai Crush. Consecrator You clenched his fist tightly, and then swung it violently. Spots of light appeared on his fist, and within these spots of light, there was an extremely majestic aura. Seeing Consecrator You use the Mount Tai Crush, countless disciples were shocked. This was because the Mount Tai Crush was Consecrator You's ultimate skill. Although Consecrator You's cultivation was suppressed to the early stage of the Qi High realm, his ultimate skill was not suppressed. Boom boom boom. Wherever Consecrator You's fist passed, the air would dissipate. When Fang Chen saw this scene, a slight ripple appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly swung out. The second layer of the fire and water sword aura. The majestic fire and water sword aura shot towards Consecrator You's fist. Crack. Consecrator You's fist collided with the fire and water sword aura, and Fang Chen's fire and water sword aura shattered. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned. His body flashed, and he kept dodging Consecrator You's fist. At the same time, Fang Chen's Dao body was fully activated. Within his body, the golden heart was beating rapidly, and traces of invisible aura entered his body. Fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen let out a low roar, and the fire and water sword aura shot out again. In one breath, Consecrator You's fist only stopped after dozens of fire and water sword auras were shot out. In the sky, a majestic sound rang out. Consecrator You saw that his Mount Tai Crush was blocked by Fang Chen, and his face was filled with anger. Damn it! Consecrator You roared. The aura around him exploded, and he punched towards Fang Chen again. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, that move should be the 30th move, right?" Consecrator Yu's face was filled with anger after hearing Fang Chen's words. His body flashed, and he wanted to defeat Fang Chen. But Consecrator Yu spoke. Consecrator Yu's 30 moves. Consecrator Yu's words. Consecrator Yu couldn't ignore the Consecrator sect. Yu Consecrator's words, consecrated with shame to the Consecrator Yus. Tus Consecrator tus. He, Yus, he. Consecrator Eta Yu. Consecrated Yu, you must accept your loss, the first elder said. Consecrator Yu glanced coldly at Fang Chen, then snorted. His body flashed, and he left the martial arts arena. After Consecrator Yu left, countless Consecrator sect disciples looked at Fang Chen in shock. The latter had given them too much of a shock. Heavens, Consecrator Fang's strength is so strong. He can withstand 30 moves from Consecrator Yu. Consecrator Fang is too strong. That's right. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be a consecrator? Many Consecrator sect disciples were discussing. At this moment, the happiest people were the many higher-ups of the Consecrator sect. The more outstanding Fang Chen's performance was, the more they felt that they had made the right choice. The battle between Fang Chen and Consecrator Yu instantly spread throughout the Consecrator sect. Countless warriors were talking about Fang Chen. Some disciples even made Fang Chen their goal. In the following days, no one came to disturb Fang Chen. Fang Chen had been cultivating diligently. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Fang Chen had a new understanding of the fire and water sword art. Fang Chen was confident that he could cultivate the fire and water sword art to the 3rd level in a short period of time. Once he cultivated the fire and water sword art to the 3rd level, his strength would be able to crush an early-level Qi-high warrior, and even challenge a mid-level Qi-high warrior. However, just as Fang Chen was preparing to cultivate in one go, he was suddenly awakened by the arrival of the Consecrator sect master. Sect master. Seeing the Consecrator sect master, Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted. Fang Chen, I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation. The Consecrator sect master saw that Fang Chen was cultivating and smiled. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and asked, May I know what sect master is looking for me for? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Consecrator sect master said bluntly, Fang Chen, my Consecrator sect has a matter that requires your help. Oh, tell me about it. Fang Chen was puzzled. During this period of time, he had been using the Consecrator sect's resources. Since the Consecrator sect master had said so, Fang Chen would naturally help if he could. The neighboring sect of our Consecrator sect is called the Everlasting sect. Their sect's power has intersected with our Consecrator sect's power. At first, it didn't matter, but later on, the Everlasting sect's ambition grew and they continuously invaded some of our cities, causing our Consecrator sect's resources to continuously decrease. The Consecrator sect master slowly said. Just 3 days ago, the Everlasting sect actually invaded 3 of our Consecrator sect cities. This caused our Consecrator sect to be extremely furious. The Consecrator sect master continued. Since the Everlasting sect dares to invade the Consecrator sect cities, then why don't the Consecrator sect just take them back? Fang Chen was puzzled. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the Consecrator sect master's face when he heard Fang Chen's words. He sighed and said, The younger generation of the Everlasting sect is even stronger than the disciples of the Falling Dust Sword sect. This time, the Everlasting sect has invaded our Consecrator sect's territory. We've also sent the 4 young masters of the Liang family, Jin Tai, and the others, but we're unable to stop the younger generation of the Everlasting sect. As for the upper echelons of our Consecrator sect, the Everlasting sect will definitely act as well once we take action. Right now, our Consecrator sect is too weak. If an all-out war breaks out, we definitely won't be a match for the Everlasting sect. As a result, the upper echelons of our 2 sects have come to a tacit understanding that the older generation won't step in when the younger generation takes action. The Consecrator sect master glanced at Fang Chen when he reached this point. Fang Chen understood what the Consecrator sect master meant when he heard this. Consecrator Fang, although you're a consecrator of our Consecrator sect, you're younger than Jin Tai and the others. Even if we announce to the outside world that you're a disciple of our consecrator sect, they won't suspect anything. So, the consecrator sect master didn't finish his sentence, but Fang Chen already understood. Fang Chen pondered this for a moment before asking, no matter what the younger generation does, the older generation won't step in? If he wanted to help, he had to make things clear first. Only then would it be easier to act. If it's just a small matter, the older generation definitely won't step in. However, if the interests of our two sects are threatened, the older generation will definitely step in, the consecrator sect master said. When he saw the confusion on Fang Chen's face, he continued to explain, if it's just taking over a few cities of the everlasting sect, their upper echelons will definitely be wary and won't dare to step in. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. Don't worry, consecrator sect master. I'll take care of this matter. All right. Since consecrator Fang has agreed, I'll go back and make preparations. Consecrator Fang, you must remember to announce to the everlasting sect that you're the chief disciple of our consecrator sect. All right. When do we set off? Fang Chen asked. Tomorrow. Early the next morning, Fang Chen left the consecrator sect under the lead of the 4 young masters of the Liang clan and headed towards the cities that had been taken over by the everlasting sect. In total, the consecrator sect had taken over 5 cities, all of which were close to the everlasting sect's territory. After a night of thinking, Fang Chen had already made up his mind. His primary goal this time was to take back the cities that had been taken over. Depending on the situation, he would also take over a few of the everlasting sect cities. Therefore, Fang Chen's first destination this time was one of the cities that had been taken over, Gaoshan City. Gaoshan City was one of the 5 cities that was relatively far from the everlasting sect. After traveling day and night, Fang Chen finally arrived at the wilderness outside Gaoshan City after a day. At this time, there were a few small tents set up in the wilderness. Seeing Fang Chen and the 4 young masters of the Liang clan arrive, Jin Tai personally came to welcome them. At this time, Jin Tai was frowning. Consecrator Fang. Jin Tai cupped his hands at Fang Chen. What's the situation? Fang Chen asked directly. If he wanted to take back the cities, the most direct way was to defeat the other party's leader. Then, the other party would naturally be defeated. This was the simplest way. The one guarding this city is the 5th disciple of the everlasting sect's younger generation. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. I'm no match for him, but with consecrator Fang here, Zhong Hongkai definitely won't be a match for you, Jin Tai said slowly. Fang Chen nodded. After understanding Zhong Hongkai, he made his decision. Let's go, Fang Chen said. Then, under the leadership of Fang Chen, the warriors directly arrived at the gates of Gaoshan City. At this time, many disciples of the everlasting sect stood on top of Gaoshan City's gate tower. Among them, the leader was dressed in black and had a wild smile on his face. Jin Tai, are you here to die? Zhong Hongkai saw Jin Tai in the crowd and asked coldly. You're Zhong Hongkai? Fang Chen asked coldly as he raised his head and looked at Zhong Hongkai. Who are you? Zhong Hongkai frowned and scolded. Well, since you're Zhong Hongkai, then hurry up and take the disciples of the everlasting sect and leave this place. Fang Chen said firmly. After a while, Zhong Hongkai came down from the gate tower and walked out of Gaoshan City. Looking at Fang Chen, he sneered, Kid, who are you to dare ask me to leave Gaoshan City? Zhong Hongkai also knew that this time, the upper echelons of the 2 sects had tacitly agreed that they would not intervene and let the younger generation fight. Therefore, Zhong Hongkai did not think that the King Kong sect had any powerful disciples, so he did not care about Fang Chen. Chapter 242. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jin Tai and the others were stunned. If Fang Chen killed Zhong Hongkai, the Boundless sect's higher-ups would definitely be infuriated. Of course, Fang Chen was just asking. It was fine for the younger generation to fight amongst themselves, but if he killed Zhong Hongkai, the Boundless sect's higher-ups would definitely be drawn out. That was because although Zhong Hongqi's cultivation base wasn't high, he was the 5th strongest expert of the Boundless sect's younger generation. He was the Boundless sect's hope. Brat, are you courting death? Zhong Hongqi's expression changed and he asked in a low voice. Gaoshan City belongs to my Vajra sect. Since your boundless sect has occupied it, we naturally have to take it back, said Fang Chen calmly. Good, good, good. Let me experience just how powerful the Vajra sect's disciples are, said Zhong Hongqi coldly as a spiked club appeared in his hand. All of you, back up. Fang Chen turned and saw Zhong Hongqi's wild aura. Jin Tai and the others all retreated. Zhong Hongqi's spiked club suddenly danced through the air. Countless afterimages appeared in the sky, each containing a boundless aura. The boundless sect's younger generation's elites had all cultivated the peerless heavenly phenomenon. Zhong Hongqi was currently using the peerless heavenly phenomenon. The peerless heavenly phenomenon was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, one could condense a heavenly phenomenon image in the sky. However, Zhong Hongqi's peerless heavenly phenomenon had clearly not been cultivated to the highest level. Finger of Death. Seeing Zhong Hongqi executing the Wuji celestial phenomenon, Fang Chen let out a low roar and executed the Finger of Death. A strong aura of death instantly filled the entire battlefield. A thick finger light containing a destructive aura shot out from Fang Chen's finger. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's finger light directly hit Zhong Hongqi's mace. Bang. Zhong Hongqi had originally thought that Fang Chen was very weak and that a casual blow would be enough to defeat Fang Chen. However, when the two came into contact, he realized that he was wrong. How is this possible? Seeing this, Zhong Hongqi's figure flashed, trying to avoid the attack of the Finger of Death. However, with his strength, it was obvious that he was no match for Fang Chen. Pucha, the Finger of Death directly pierced Zhong Hongqi's shoulder. Immediately, blood flowed out. Zhong Hongqi screamed miserably. Zhong Hongqi's heart was filled with fear. He could sense a trace of the eldest senior brother's might coming from Fang Chen's body. How could this be? Zhong Hongqi's face was filled with unwillingness. He was the fifth-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect and had reached the peak of the third Qi High Realm. He was only one step away from the fourth Qi High Realm. He had thought that no one in the younger generation of the Vajra sect would be a match for him. After he conquered Gaoshan City, he was very happy and the sect gave him a lot of resources. But now, he had actually lost to a nobody. I can't accept this. Zhong Hongqi roared and once again used the Wuji celestial phenomenon. He wanted to catch Fang Chen off guard, but under Fang Chen's tyrannical attack, Zhong Hongqi was defeated instantly. This time, Zhong Hongqi did not stay for long. He immediately led the disciples of the Wuji sect and left Gaoshan City. At this point, Gaoshan City was once again under the jurisdiction of the Vajra sect. Seeing this scene, Jin Tai and the others' faces were filled with excitement. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Zhong Hongqi did not even have the strength to resist. Consecrator Fang, you are really strong. Jin Tai grinned. The hearts of the four young masters of the Liang clan were also filled with shock. After Gaoshan City was conquered, Jin Tai stayed behind to set up the city's defense. He had also informed the Vajra sect to send people to take over Gaoshan City. Fang Chen led the four young masters of the Liang clan and the others to the next city without stopping. This city was called Gaudi City. The martialist guarding Gaudi City was called Shijin. He was the fourth-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect's younger generation and was even stronger than Zhong Hongqi. However, under Fang Chen's thunderous attacks, Shijin was also defeated in an instant. Fang Chen recovered the lost cities at an unimaginable speed. After 3 days, Fang Chen had already recovered 3 cities. Fang Chen's performance also attracted the attention of the Wuji sect. Many of the Wuji sect's higher-ups were all paying attention to Fang Chen. They also did not understand when such an outstanding disciple had appeared in the Vajra sect. This disciple of the Vajra sect is unusually strong, an elder of the Wuji sect said in a low voice. Wasn't the previous chief disciple of the Vajra sect Jin Tai? Why did this person appear? Could the Vajra sect have been hiding this disciple all this time? No matter what, pay close attention to this person's movements. In front of a certain city, the Vajra sect's disciples led by Fang Chen were confronting the Wuji sect's disciples. The disciple guarding this city was the second-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect's younger generation. His strength was only second to the chief disciple. Yang San was at the early 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Although he had just reached the early 4th level of the Qi High Realm, among the younger generation in the south, he was only second to the 5 great geniuses. When Fang Chen arrived, he realized that he had seen Yang San before in the tomb of the Fengyun martial Marquis. "So it's you." Yang San's face was gloomy as he looked at Fang Chen and said coldly. When Fang Chen was able to block Gui Kuei's punch, it attracted the attention of many martialists. Yang San was one of them. "Yes, it's me," Fang Chen said. "Mph, even you can't recover this city from my hands," Yang San said coldly. "Then let's fight," Fang Chen said. After that, Yang San and Fang Chen fought fiercely. Yang San was very strong, but against Fang Chen, he was destined to lose. At the beginning, Yang San relied on the tyrannical Wuji celestial phenomenon to gain the upper hand. But as time passed, Fang Chen gradually understood the attack patterns of the Wuji celestial phenomenon and began to suppress Yang San. Rumble, Yang San's attacks were all blocked by Fang Chen. What responded to Yang San was the tyrannical fire and water sword art. Fang Chen used the second level of the fire and water sword art to suppress Yang San. In an instant, Yang San was forced to retreat. Yang San's strength was not as strong as Consecrator Yu, who had suppressed his cultivation. Thus, Fang Chen fought with ease. After a while, Yang San was defeated by Fang Chen. Yang San's face was filled with anger. He did not expect that he would lose to a first-level Qi High Realm martialist. "Damn it!" Yang San roared in anger. He wanted to fight back, but Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. He could not do anything. In the end, Yang San lost to Fang Chen and removed the city. At this point, Fang Chen had already taken back 4 cities. It had only been 3 days. Fang Chen's actions made the King Kong sect's higher-ups very excited. The higher-ups of the King Kong sect were even wondering if Fang Chen could help them take back the cities they lost, and then take back a few more cities from the Wuji sect. In a city near the Wuji sect, a young man's face was filled with disdain. "Mph, what a bunch of trash. They can't even take care of a disciple of the King Kong sect," the martialist said coldly. This martialist was called Ji Lei. He was the strongest martialist of the Wuji sect's younger generation. His cultivation had reached the mid-4th level of the Qi High Realm. Ji Lei was the strongest martialist of the south after the 5 great geniuses. If the 5 great geniuses did not make a move, no one in the younger generation of the south would be a match for him. Ji Lei was guarding the last city. When he heard that the first 4 cities had all been lost, he was furious. At the same time, he sneered at Zhong Hongkai and the others. "Brat, no matter how strong you are destined to be stepped on by me, Ji Lei." Ji Lei said coldly. After taking back the 4th city, Fang Chen's footsteps finally stopped. This was because Fang Chen felt the signs of a breakthrough. It was not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a breakthrough in the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen informed the Liang family's 4th young master and then went to a manor that the King Kong sect had arranged for him. Hiss hiss hiss. As soon as Fang Chen entered the courtyard, he sat down cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. His body emitted the 2 opposing intents of fire and water. Long ago, Fang Chen had already cultivated the intents of fire and water to the 1st minor realm. Now, Fang Chen's control of the intents of fire and water was even more perfect. As Fang Chen's control of the intents of fire and water, his mind was also filled with the chants of the fire and water sword technique. After 15 minutes, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand. A wild aura entered the hidden dragon sword as he quickly brandished it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body flashed. The hidden dragon sword in his hand was quickly brandished. Every time he brandished it, a sword light of fire and water would appear. When the 3 sword lights of fire and water appeared in the sky, a loud boom was heard. The 3 sword lights of fire and water instantly exploded. The entire sky above the manor was enveloped by a tyrannical pressure. Within the courtyard, a fierce wind blew, and countless dust flew into the air. When the three sword lights of fire and water exploded in the sky, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly stabbed towards the ground of the manor. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Chen's long sword pierced into the ground. When the dust in the sky dispersed, Fang Chen stood quietly with the hidden dragon sword in his hand. In front of him was a terrifying crater. The hidden dragon sword in his hand was constantly trembling. A faint sword hum was emitted from the sword. When he saw this crater, Fang Chen's face revealed a faint smile. After 4 consecutive battles, the fire and water sword technique had finally reached the 3rd level. This also meant that Fang Chen's strength had increased once again. Chapter 243. After the fire and water sword art reached the 3rd level, Fang Chen's strength increased greatly. Now, he was confident that he could defeat a mid-stage 4th Qi High warrior. Even if Fang Chen were to meet the 5 great prodigies again, he would still be able to defeat them. Moreover, his strength would be comparable to a 5th Qi High warrior soon. At that time, he would be able to enter the imperial capital of the central region where experts were as common as clouds. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was slightly excited. Once the Luo clan of the Jingguan country was the clan where his mother, Luo Liuli, was from. If he wanted to take his mother away, the Luo clan would definitely oppose it. Whatever, I'll just take one step at a time, Fang Chen said softly. The next day, Fang Chen was preparing to continue conquering the next city. But at this moment, the little mouse appeared on his shoulder and pointed at him. Fang Chen looked at the mouse's claws and asked, "Are you telling me to go forward?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the little mouse nodded its head. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned. But he still followed the little mouse's guidance and moved forward quickly. Time passed by slowly. After half an hour, Fang Chen arrived at the deepest part of the city under the little mouse's guidance. In the deepest part of the city, there was a mountain peak. This mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, there was a square. Fang Chen could see that on the square, there were a few warriors walking freely. Arriving at the foot of the mountain peak, Fang Chen stopped. He did not understand why the little mouse would guide him here. Chirp chirp chirp, the little mouse saw Fang Chen stop and chirped, indicating for Fang Chen to continue moving forward. Fang Chen followed the little mouse's guidance and moved forward quickly. Soon, he arrived at the top of the mountain peak. Usually, no one would climb this mountain peak. At this moment, there was only one person on the mountain peak. After reaching the top of the mountain, Fang Chen followed the little mouse's guidance and continued forward. After a while, Fang Chen's footsteps came to a halt. This was because there was a demonic flower growing on a huge rock in front of them. This demonic flower contained a bloody aura. When Fang Chen saw the demonic flower, his face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily. Even though Fang Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the flower growing out of the rock. His heart was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the little mouse directly jumped down from Fang Chen's shoulder with a whoosh and rushed towards the rock. In the blink of an eye, the little mouse stood on the rock. Fang Chen saw this and shouted loudly. He wanted to stop the little mouse, but it was too late. The little mouse's little claws directly hugged the demonic flower with a face full of enjoyment. The purple spirit blood demonic flower was a very precious spiritual flower. This spiritual flower was very rare even in the ancient Sword continent. It was said that the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very important to the demonic beasts. After consuming the purple spirit blood demonic flower, the demonic beasts could undergo self-transformation. Once the transformation was successful, their strength would increase by several folds. Of course, it was also very important to human warriors. If it could be refined into an elixir, the medicinal effect would be even more overbearing. Once, there was an ordinary warrior who accidentally obtained a purple spirit blood demonic flower. After consuming it, he relied on his extraordinary willpower to persevere. Since then, there was a peerless expert in the Golden Crown country. After that warrior consumed the purple spirit blood demonic flower, his physical defense became extremely strong and his cultivation increased rapidly. Not long after, he became a top expert in the Golden Crown country. This news was constantly spread. When Fang Chen came to the Golden Crown country, he also heard about it. He did not expect that in this small city, there would be a purple spirit blood demonic flower. Moreover, the little mouse was able to discover it from so far away. How keen is your sense of smell? Fang Chen looked at the little mouse in shock. At this moment, the demonic color of the purple spirit blood demonic flower was constantly fading away. It was replaced by a scarlet color. The scarlet color was constantly drilling into the little mouse's body. The little mouse seemed to be enjoying it. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the little mouse finally finished absorbing the purple spirit blood demonic flower after 15 minutes. The peerless purple spirit blood demonic flower was completely absorbed by the little mouse. Fang Chen clenched his teeth. Such a precious spiritual flower was actually taken away by the little mouse. After the little mouse absorbed the purple spirit blood demonic flower, a purple halo appeared around its body. Fang Chen felt an invisible aura rushing towards him. When Fang Chen sensed that aura, his expression completely changed. At this time, the little mouse had already entered its metamorphosis stage. The little mouse was a bit dizzy and was swaying left and right. Seeing that, Fang Chen directly threw the little mouse into his spatial ring. Just as the little mouse was thrown into Fang Chen's spatial ring, the ground behind the rock suddenly sank. Following that, a sinister aura came out. "Damnable human, you dare steal my purple spirit blood demonic flower?" A hoarse voice rang out in Fang Chen's ears. Following that, a pitch-black figure appeared from the sunken ground. That figure was emitting a sinister aura as it glared at Fang Chen. Boom! When the sinister figure saw the purple spirit blood demonic flower disappear, it clenched its fist and directly smashed the rock. Stone fragments flew everywhere. "My purple spirit blood demonic flower," the sinister figure roared angrily. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that such a small city would hide a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect. This survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in front of him seemed to be a captain of the Yellow Spring sect. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. However, this captain's cultivation seemed to have completely recovered. "You're a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "Damnable human, you spoiled my plans." "I'll kill you," the survivor of the Yellow Spring sect said coldly. Captain Hanyang was one of the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect. He was considered lucky. In the great battle back then, he had been seriously injured and had almost died. But in the long years that followed, he had obtained some miraculous elixirs and finally managed to preserve his life. After that, he had hidden in the belly of this mountain. He had accidentally obtained a secret technique that shocked him greatly. This secret technique recorded how to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower. When he had obtained this secret technique, he was completely stunned. In the years that followed, he had used the secret technique's records to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower. After successfully cultivating a purple spirit blood demonic flower, he had begun to use it to recover from his injuries. Finally, after a long time, his injuries had basically healed. But there was still one last step to take. The purple spirit blood demonic flower that Little Mouse had swallowed had been painstakingly cultivated by Captain Hanyang. It would be completely mature in 3 days. If he had swallowed this purple spirit blood demonic flower, his cultivation would definitely have broken through to the Qi realm. At that time, he would be able to leave this damned place. However, Fang Chen's appearance had directly disrupted his plan. "Damnable human!" Captain Hanyang roared angrily. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. Seeing Captain Hanyang's aura skyrocketing, Fang Chen sneered and instantly used the finger of death. How is this possible? When Fang Chen's tyrannical aura exploded, Captain Hanyang's face changed and he shouted loudly. He could not believe that such a young human warrior in front of him was actually a Qi realm warrior. No. However, it was too late. Fang Chen's finger had directly pointed at Captain Hanyang's body, instantly killing him. Captain Hanyang did not know that all of this was because of a little mouse. After killing Captain Hanyang, Fang Chen took Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that there was a change in the special interspatial ring. In the next moment, Fang Chen's consciousness entered the interspatial ring and was shocked by what he saw. This was because the little mouse had undergone an earth-shattering change. The aura around him was obviously that of a Qi transformation realm warrior. This purple spirit blood demonic flower has such a great effect. Fang Chen could not believe it. When he first obtained the little mouse, it was only in the Qi refining realm. In such a short time, it had reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. After carefully inspecting the little mouse's body, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The effect of the purple spirit blood demonic flower was really too overbearing. After that, Fang Chen no longer paid attention to the sleeping little mouse, and carefully searched the mountain peak. However, after searching the entire mountain peak, he could not find any trace of the purple spirit blood demonic flower. This made Fang Chen speechless. It was not easy to find a purple spirit blood demonic flower, but it was swallowed by the little mouse. Forget it, let's go back first. Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness, and then he left the mountain peak. After returning to the courtyard, Fang Chen remembered that he had not checked Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring yet. Although Fang Chen did not have any hope for Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring, it was always good to have a look. Then, Fang Chen's mind entered Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring. In Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring, in addition to a few spiritual stones, there were some cultivation methods of the Netherworld sect. Fang Chen glanced at them briefly. These cultivation methods were too low level for him now, and he did not care about them at all. Sure enough, there is nothing. Fang Chen's mind looked at the interspatial ring and said slightly. However, just as Fang Chen's mind was about to withdraw from the interspatial ring, he suddenly found a black booklet under a cultivation method. This booklet did not seem to be a cultivation method. Fang Chen curiously took out the black booklet and put it in his hand. Secret method. The words secret method were written on the black booklet. Fang Chen was a little confused, and then he opened the black booklet. However, when Fang Chen opened the black booklet, he was completely shocked. His heart was in turmoil, and his face was full of astonishment. Chapter 244. Fang Chen's eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. He could not imagine what this black book was like. Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring actually contained such a precious treasure. After a long while, Fang Chen shook his head and slowly suppressed his shock. He then said slowly, "It's the secret method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower." That's amazing. Yes, what was recorded in this pitch black book was the secret method of cultivating purple spirit demonic blood flower. No one knew where it came from. Anyway, it was obtained by Captain Hanyang by accident. Now, Fang Chen had obtained the secret method after killing Captain Hanyang. According to this book, it's completely possible to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower. Fang Chen thought excitedly. If he could cultivate a large number of purple spirit blood demonic flowers, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement, and his face was full of passion. Fang Chen opened the black book and carefully read it. After a while, Fang Chen had finished reading all the contents of the book. The method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very difficult, but according to the book, it was completely possible to cultivate it successfully. If it's cultivated well, one purple spirit blood demonic flower will mature in 3 years. Fang Chen said softly. Although 3 years was a long time, the value of the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very high. It was all worth it. Of course, Fang Chen saw a sentence at the end of the book. If he could obtain some time-type treasures, he could greatly shorten the time needed to mature the purple spirit blood demonic flower. No matter what, this thing must not be known to outsiders. Fang Chen said to himself. The purple spirit blood demonic flower was considered a peerless spiritual flower in the ancient Sword continent. Countless sects were vying to get their hands on it. Once the purple spirit blood demonic flower appeared, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. If those powerful sect knew that Fang Chen had the method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demon flower, they would definitely go crazy and hunt down Fang Chen. Facing these behemoths, even Fang Chen was powerless. Not only would he lose his secret technique, but he would also lose his life. Fang Chen secretly memorized the method to nurture the purple spirit blood demon flower in his mind. Then, he placed the pitch-black book into his interspatial ring. In order to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower, one would need to gather some natural treasures and choose a special place to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At present, Fang Chen did not possess these conditions, so he would not cultivate the purple spirit demonic blood flower for the time being. Having obtained the secret cultivation method of the purple spirit blood demonic flower, Fang Chen was extremely excited. However, other than Fang Chen, no one else knew about it. The next day, Fang Chen had completely awoken from the joy of obtaining the purple spirit blood demonic flower's secret technique. At this time, the little mouse had also completed its transformation. Its head had grown a little, but its fur was still pitch black. Its pair of small eyes stared at Fang Chen sneakily as an invisible aura emanated from its body. When Fang Chen saw the little mouse, his face was filled with doubt. No matter how hard he tried, he could not guess the race of the little mouse. The growth of the little mouse shocked Fang Chen. In such a short period of time, its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen found the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Today, they were preparing to set off to reclaim the last city. This city was also the last city that the King Kong sect had lost. Whether or not they would attack the Wuji sect city would have to wait until they had reclaimed this city. "Brother Fang, we can set off now." Liang Yi looked at Fang Chen and grinned. Fang Chen nodded slightly. At first, the 4 young masters of the Liang family wanted to call him Fang Chen, but they were rejected by Fang Chen. In the end, they decided to call him Brother Fang Chen. "Okay, let's go." Liang Yi smiled. Brother Fang, the guardian of this last city, is the head disciple of the Wuji sect, Ji Lei. He has reached the mid-stage of the Qi High realm and is extremely powerful. "You must be careful," Liang San reminded. "Yes, Brother Fang. Ji Lei has already said that if you dare to challenge him, he will definitely kill you," Liang Sai added. Fang Chen heard this and grinned. "Let's go." Ji Lei, the head disciple of the Wuji sect, had reached the mid-stage of the Qi High realm. He was the number 1 person below the 5 geniuses. Once, in the tomb of the Fengyun martial Marquis, he had some good luck and his strength had increased. He was only 1 step away from reaching the late stage of the Qi High realm. Some people even said that once Ji Lei reached the late stage of the Qi High realm, he would definitely be able to defeat Gui Kuei and become one of the 5 geniuses. Of course, this was only a rumor because Ji Lei had not reached the late stage of the Qi High realm. And Fang Chen's opponent this time was naturally Ji Lei. After about half a day, Fang Chen and the others finally arrived at the last city. This was the first city that had been conquered by the Wuji sect. It had been a while and the city was still recovering. At this moment, the Wuji sect disciples guarding the city saw a large number of King Kong sect disciples arrive. They quickly ran to a mansion in the city and reported to Ji Lei. "Senior brother Ji Lei, the King Kong sect disciples have arrived at the city gate." The disciple reported. Ji Lei, who was admiring the flowers in the garden, heard the news. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He nodded and said, "I know." Then, Ji Lei's body flashed as he stood up from his seat and walked towards the city gate. After a while, Ji Lei's figure appeared outside the city. He walked out of the city alone and faced the large number of King Kong sect disciples with a face full of disdain. "Who is Fang Chen?" Ji Lei asked coldly as soon as he appeared. "I am." Fang Chen looked at Ji Lei carefully and said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Lei looked at Fang Chen. He squinted his eyes and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Fang Chen to be so young. "Are you really Fang Chen?" Ji Lei asked again. He did not believe that Fang Chen could be so young. "Yes, I am Fang Chen," Fang Chen said. After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, Ji Lei finally paid full attention to Fang Chen. "The 4 of them, losing to you is not an injustice," Ji Lei said in a deep voice. Being able to have the strength of an early-stage Qi High warrior at such a young age, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. When Ji Lei saw Fang Chen, he was even more convinced that Fang Chen's potential was extremely heaven-defying. No matter how heaven-defying a genius is, he will still die in my hands. Ji Lei's heart had a trace of killing intent towards Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, Ji Lei's evaluation of Fang Chen was extremely high. Ji Lei clearly knew that Fang Chen's talent was heaven-defying. This kind of warrior, given enough time, would definitely increase his strength by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would even surpass Ji Lei. Therefore, this kind of warrior could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, when the King Kong sect rose up with this kid, the Wuji sect would suffer. Seeing the killing intent in Ji Lei's eyes, Fang Chen sneered and did not care. The fire and water sword art had just broken through to the 3rd level, and he had not used it yet. This Ji Lei was a good opponent. Fang Chen, I have to say, your potential makes me sigh. But if you want to take the city from me, it is impossible. Ji Lei said coldly. Then let's try. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand and he used the sword explosion of the 3-sword realm. Crash. The flickering sword light instantly appeared above Fang Chen's head. Then, under Fang Chen's control, it carried a majestic sword intent and blasted towards Ji Lei. Ji Lei sneered when he saw this. You want to defeat me with this kind of attack? Ji Lei's pitch-black eyes flashed with a trace of intense flames. In the next moment, Ji Lei's palms danced violently. In the sky, a wild spiritual chi continuously condensed. Unbounded constellation. Following Ji Lei's low cry, the unbounded constellation was instantly unleashed. As the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, Ji Lei had naturally cultivated the unbounded constellation to a certain level. Although he was unable to condense a complete constellation, he was able to condense half of it. At this moment, facing Fang Chen, Ji Lei directly unleashed the unbounded constellation. This was enough to show how much Ji Lei wanted to kill Fang Chen. Boom! In the sky, as Ji Lei waved his palms, the wild spiritual chi continuously condensed. Finally, an elephant head appeared in the sky. The moment the elephant head appeared, the color of the sky changed. Seeing this scene, Ji Lei's eyes lit up. With a low cry, he controlled the elephant head in the sky and blasted it towards Fang Chen. This was the strongest unbounded constellation that Ji Lei could use so far. Ji Lei believed that even a late-stage Chi-High warrior would not dare to face the unbounded constellation head-on. Hiss! Hiss! The unbounded constellation's head directly collided with the flickering sword light. In an instant, the flickering sword light was shattered, and then it charged towards Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was already prepared. The reason why he used the 3-sword realm was only to test Ji Lei's strength. What a strong aura! Could this be Ji Lei's unbounded constellation? Liang Yi's face was gloomy as he stared at the 2 people on the battlefield. Boss, will Brother Fang be able to withstand it? Liang hurriedly asked. Second brother, how can you boost the morale of others and diminish our morale? When has Brother Fang ever disappointed us? Liang San said with a bit of dissatisfaction. That's right. Brother Fang never fights a battle that he is not confident in. Since he dares to challenge Ji Lei, then he must have a certain level of confidence. Liang Sai said. Hearing this, Liang Yi slowly nodded. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of worry. At this moment, on the battlefield, on the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand, 2 completely opposite concepts suddenly appeared. The concepts of water and fire were directly pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The first half of the hidden dragon sword was the concept of water, while the second half was the concept of fire. The entire hidden dragon sword was as if it was formed by water and fire. 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The 3rd level of the fire and water sword technique was instantly displayed. A wild aura instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Fang Chen's wrist flicked. Within the hidden dragon sword, 3 sword lights of water and fire shot out. These 3 sword lights of water and fire contained an aura that shook people's hearts. What kind of sword technique is this? Feeling the power of water and fire in the air, Ji Lei, who was controlling the unbounded constellation, thought to himself. His expression greatly changed. Chapter 245. As soon as Ji Lei finished speaking, the Wuji celestial phenomenon that he controlled appeared above Fang Chen's head and faced off against the three sword lights of water and fire. Roar! Only the huge head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon opened its mouth and let out a furious roar as if it wanted to tear Fang Chen apart. The three sword lights of water and fire did not show any signs of weakness and wanted to cut the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon. Since you are so confident, let us see whose attack is stronger. Fang Chen looked at Ji Lei and said word by word. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Lei waved his hand and took a step forward in a flash. Then, the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon in the sky also heavily bombarded the three sword lights of water and fire. After the third level of the water and fire sword technique, its power had increased exponentially and was many times stronger than the second level. When Fang Chen saw the two colliding, he instantly activated his two-star Dao body and raised his defense to the limit. Then, he controlled the three sword lights of water and fire with the hidden dragon sword in his hand and wanted to cut the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon. Boom! After the two collided, the entire ground trembled and a wild aura swept through the entire battlefield. The many disciples of the King Kong sect, led by the four young masters of the Liang family, retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying airflow. Crack! When the two collided, the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon opened its mouth and swallowed the first sword light of water and fire. However, after it finished swallowing, a strange expression appeared on its face. It did not digest the sword light of water and fire. Instead, it allowed the sword light of water and fire to get stuck in its head. Roar! The Wuji celestial phenomenon roared angrily and continuously erupted with tyrannical power in an attempt to shatter the three sword lights of water and fire. Crack! Perhaps the Wuji celestial phenomenon was enraged, but under its all-out attack, the second sword light of water and fire was finally shattered. However, it was closely followed by the third sword light of water and fire. This sword light of water and fire was also the most powerful sword light of water and fire. It contained a majestic sword essence. Crash! Under Fang Chen's control, the sword light of water and fire avoided the mouth of the Wuji celestial phenomenon and directly pierced its eyes. Roar! The unbounded celestial elephant let out a miserable shriek. At the same time, the first sword light of water and fire that was stuck in the unbounded celestial elephant's head also sensed that the water and fire were of the same origin and constantly struggled. The boundless celestial phenomenon was being attacked both internally and externally, and it struggled incessantly. Ji Lei, who had originally been full of confidence, was now filled with unwillingness after seeing this scene. What kind of sword technique is this? Why is it even stronger than my peerless celestial phenomenon? Ji Lei wondered. Pucha, the water-fire swordlight in the head of the unbounded celestial elephant finally pierced its throat and came out of its head. At this moment, the Wuji celestial phenomenon was heavily injured. Its illusory head was about to collapse. No. When Ji Lei saw this, he roared out in anger. He once again activated the boundless celestial phenomenon, wanting to maintain the head of the boundless celestial phenomenon. This was his strongest attack. If even this attack couldn't defeat Fang Chen, then he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. He was the boundless sect's head disciple. How could he lose to a nobody? He was unwilling to accept this. Boundless celestial phenomenon. Ji Lei roared as he pushed his unbounded celestial phenomenon to its limits. The wild aura of the unbounded celestial phenomenon gushed into the brain of the unbounded celestial phenomenon, attempting to exhaust Fang Chen's swordlight of water and fire. However, at this moment, Fang Chen also controlled the water-fire swordlight to merge them together. Boom! When the water-fire swordlight merged, a blinding light erupted. At this moment, Fang Chen had already taken the initiative. Swish! Fang Chen didn't want to give Ji Lei any time to catch his breath. He directly controlled the water-fire swordlight to stab the boundless celestial phenomenon's head. Poochie! Despite Ji Lei going all out, the boundless celestial phenomenon was still pierced by Fang Chen's water-fire swordlight. Hiss! When the water-fire swordlight stabbed into the boundless celestial phenomenon's head, the already heavily injured boundless celestial phenomenon instantly collapsed. Bang! Ji Lei suffered a backlash from the collapse of the boundless celestial phenomenon. With a bang, he was sent flying, crashing into the city gates. Poochie. Lying on the ground, Ji Lei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He slowly stood up and looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of fear. Where there's life, there's hope. Ji Lei thought to himself. Then, when no one was paying attention, his figure flashed and disappeared into the city. When the Liang family's 4 young masters led the many King Kong sect disciples into the city, Ji Lei had already disappeared. Fang Chen's defeat of Ji Lei shocked the Liang family's 4 young masters. Brother Fang, your strength is already comparable to the 5 great prodigies. Liang Yi sighed. When he first met Fang Chen, he was only a martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Qi high realm. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Fang Chen's strength would increase by leaps and bounds? It's really hard to imagine that Brother Fang actually defeated Ji Lei. Liang Er sighed. Yeah, not only did he defeat Ji Lei, but he also helped our King Kong sect recover the 5 lost cities. Liang San said. Brother Fang, you are our King Kong sect's lucky star. Liang Sai said. After Ji Lei escaped, Fang Chen did not make things difficult for the many ordinary disciples of the Wuji sect. Even if he killed all of them, it would not have helped. If he did that, he would have incurred the wrath of many of the Wuji sect's higher-ups. The gains would not have made up for the losses. Therefore, Fang Chen let them all go. After that, the King Kong sect completely took over the city. At this point, the 5 lost cities were all recovered. In the King Kong sect's meeting hall, the King Kong sect master sat at the head of the table. Below him sat many elders. When they heard this shocking news, their faces were filled with excitement. Ha ha, Consecrator Fang really did not disappoint me. In such a short time, you have recovered all 5 cities. The King Kong sect master was the first to speak. His voice was filled with endless joy. Yeah, Consecrator Fang's potential is too great. His strength is improving all the time. Consecrator Fang's ability to defeat Ji Lei has exceeded all of our expectations. Now that Ji Lei has also been defeated by Consecrator Fang, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect will be able to withstand Consecrator Fang's attacks. Should we? Hearing this elder's words, the King Kong sect master's eyes lit up. He immediately said, the Wuji sect has taken 5 of our cities. Now it's our turn to take their cities. That's right. Immediately notify Consecrator Fang. After he has settled down, we will begin to take the Wuji sect cities, said the King Kong sect master. Sect master, Consecrator Fang's performance must have attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Wuji sect. We need to be careful. If the higher-ups of the Wuji sect act recklessly, Consecrator Fang will be in danger, said the first elder. When the King Kong sect master heard this, he nodded and said, the first elder is right. Just in case, I have decided to go personally and secretly keep an eye on Consecrator Fang in case he is killed by the higher-ups of the Wuji sect. When the King Kong sect master went to Fang Chen's city, the Wuji sect also received the news of Ji Lei's defeat. In the main hall of the Wuji sect, the Wuji sect master was furious. When did such a monstrous genius appear in the King Kong sect? The Wuji sect master suppressed his anger and asked coldly. Sect master, although this kid called Fang Chen is only at the 1st Qi high realm, his true strength is comparable to the middle 4th Qi high realm. Since he was able to defeat Ji Lei, it means that his strength is only second to the 5 great geniuses, said the first elder. This kid's appearance has disrupted our plans. Now that even Ji Lei has been defeated, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect is a match for him. I'm worried that the King Kong sect will take this opportunity to take our cities. Our higher-ups can't act. The younger generation can't stop Fang Chen at all. We need to think of a way. Many elders spoke one after another. They were all thinking of how to stop Fang Chen from leading the younger generation of the King Kong sect to take over the Wuji sect cities. Let Wu Sheng guard the first city near the King Kong sect, said the Wuji sect master in a deep voice as he looked at everyone. Hearing the 2 words Wu Sheng, many of the elders' faces revealed a trace of complicated expressions. Wuji sect, Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Apart from the Wuji sect master and the first elder, no one else could enter this forbidden area. It was declared as a forbidden area, but in reality, there was a transportation array here that led to one of the 5 great powers, the ghost-killing sect. After the first elder walked into the forbidden area, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the transportation array. He smiled and said, "Wu Sheng. What's the matter?" Wu Sheng said expressionlessly. Wu Sheng was an elite disciple of the ghost-killing sect. He was also the middleman between the ghost-killing sect and the Wuji sect. Wu Sheng, the Wuji sect has encountered a problem. "I hope you can help," said the first elder in a low voice. Wu Sheng frowned slightly and asked, "What's the problem?" Recently, a monstrous disciple appeared in the King Kong sect. Even Ji Lei was defeated by him. His leading many disciples of the King Kong sect in an attempt to take over the Wuji sect cities, said the first elder simply. Wu Sheng's eyes flickered when he heard the first elder's words. A wild aura radiated from his body. After taking over the last city, Fang Chen stayed in the city and waited for news from the King Kong sect. Sure enough, a day later, the King Kong sect sent a message saying that Fang Chen was leading many disciples of the King Kong sect to continue taking over the Wuji sect cities. However, the message also mentioned that they could only take over 5 cities at most. Once they took over 5 cities, the Wuji sect would definitely be enraged. The slightest carelessness could lead to a war between the 2 great sects. Fang Chen nodded slightly when he heard the news. If the older generation didn't act, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect would be his match. Chapter 246. In a mansion, Fang Chen sat alone with his legs crossed as he cultivated in the garden. After several battles, Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of the water-fire sword technique. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a strong aura of the water-fire sword technique. The golden heart was beating rapidly, and Fang Chen's mind was filled with the water-fire sword technique. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen's water-fire sword technique level 3 had reached the perfection realm. Of course, it was only the perfection realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the imperceptible realm and the transformative realm. Ever since Fang Chen had transmigrated to this world, the golden heart had been constantly transforming him, especially his talent in the way of the sword. Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the golden heart had something to do with the giant golden sword. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's sword technique cultivation speed was very fast, much faster than ordinary sword cultivators. Now that the water-fire sword technique level 3 had reached the perfection realm, its power had increased again. If Fang Chen met Ji Lei now, he would be able to defeat him in less than 3 moves. After finishing his cultivation, Fang Chen was very happy. However, at this moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly, wildly absorbing the liquefied spirit qi in Fang Chen's qi si. "What's going on?" Fang Chen cried out involuntarily when he noticed this. His face was filled with doubt. In the blink of an eye, the liquefied spirit qi in his qi si was about to be completely absorbed by the golden heart. This made Fang Chen a little anxious. Could it be that the golden heart is transforming? Fang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought. Then, Fang Chen made a desperate effort and took out a large number of mid-grade spirit stones, holding them in his hand and letting the golden heart absorb them. Sure enough, when Fang Chen held the mid-grade spirit stone in his hand, the golden heart began to wildly absorb the mid-grade spirit stone. Hiss! Seeing this, the anxiety on Fang Chen's face finally disappeared and was replaced by excitement. After the first transformation of the golden heart, he had obtained a water and fire sword art that was extremely powerful. He wondered if he would be able to remove a seal this time. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, everyone in the Infinity Sect thought that Fang Chen would take advantage of this opportunity to continue plundering the Infinity Sect cities. However, to their surprise, ever since Fang Chen recovered the cities, he had not done anything else. The upper echelons of the Boundless Sect were not the only ones who were puzzled. Many of the upper echelons of the King Kong Sect were also puzzled. Only the King Kong Sect master, who was hiding in the dark, knew that Fang Chen was cultivating. In half a month's time, the Golden Heart had already absorbed 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, but it still didn't seem to be completely saturated. Fang Chen had been sitting cross-legged, waiting for the Golden Heart to be completely saturated. Just like this, another half a month passed. It had been a month since Fang Chen recovered the last city. Even Wu Sheng, who was guarding the city, thought that Fang Chen wouldn't dare to come. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The spirit stones in his hand disappeared instantly. The Golden Heart was beating rapidly, exuding a wild aura. It's saturated. Fang Chen looked at the Golden Heart in surprise. In a month's time, the Golden Heart had absorbed 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was because the absorption rate had slowed down a lot in the last half a month. Fortunately, Fang Chen now had a lot of spirit stones. It was enough for the Golden Heart to absorb them. The Golden Heart had reached a state of saturation after absorbing the spirit stones. It kept rotating, as if it was trying to break through the seal. Sure enough, under Fang Chen's gaze, the Golden Heart broke through the seal after a while. When the Golden Heart broke through the seal, a destructive sword aura instantly rushed out of the Golden Heart, almost making Fang Chen faint. If Fang Chen's soul hadn't reached the peak of its ordinary state, he would have been seriously injured by this destructive sword aura. The seal has been lifted. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Fang Chen didn't know how many seals the Golden Heart had. He only knew that when the seal was lifted, he would obtain something unexpected. This was the second time the Golden Heart had been lifted. This time, the Golden Heart was obviously much stronger. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that the Golden Heart was wildly absorbing the sword aura around Fang Chen. In an instant, all the sword aura was absorbed into the Golden Heart. Hiss! Hiss! The Golden Heart spun rapidly. Soon, a purer sword aura was emitted from the Golden Heart. Seeing this, Fang Chen almost cried out. Sword aura, sword concept. Previously, Fang Chen's sword concept had always been in the initial state of comprehension. However, after the Golden Heart's refinement, Fang Chen found that the sword concept had reached the first minor realm. How could Fang Chen not be shocked? The Golden Heart can actually refine sword aura. Fang Chen was shocked. After the Golden Heart's refinement, the sword aura directly reached the first minor realm. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then integrated the sword aura into the Golden Heart again to see if it could reach the second minor realm. However, it could only be refined once. The second time had no effect. After discovering this, Fang Chen nodded. If the Golden Heart could refine sword aura without limit, it wouldn't take long for the sword aura to reach the third minor realm, the Great Perfection. Since it can refine sword aura, I wonder if it can refine sword techniques. Suddenly, such a bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, Fang Chen activated the third level of the Waterfire sword technique and integrated it into the Golden Heart. What Fang Chen didn't expect was, after the Golden Heart's refinement, the third level of the Waterfire sword technique actually reached the Hyperfocus realm. The Hyperfocus realm! Fang Chen cried out. Previously, his third level of the Waterfire sword technique was only at the Great Perfection realm. Now, it actually reached the Hyperfocus realm. What a magical heart, Fang Chen said excitedly. After the Golden Heart's second seal was removed, it didn't give Fang Chen any techniques or treasures. However, it could refine sword aura and sword techniques. This made Fang Chen very excited. I wonder if it can refine weapons, Fang Chen said doubtfully. But how can I put the hidden dragon sword into the Golden Heart? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen was stunned. Because the hidden dragon sword had already entered the Golden Heart. Hiss hiss hiss, the hidden dragon sword was being refined by the Golden Heart. After a while, the hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand again. After seeing the hidden dragon sword appear, Fang Chen hurriedly checked the quality of the hidden dragon sword. Sure enough, it could even refine weapons. The hidden dragon sword was only a high-grade yuan weapon before, but after being refined by the Golden Heart, it directly became a supreme-grade yuan weapon. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen laughed maniacally. The Golden Heart's ability to refine was too strong. After half a day of research, Fang Chen could finally confirm that the Golden Heart's refining ability could only refine treasures by 1 grade. It seemed that this was related to the seal on the Golden Heart itself. However, even so, Fang Chen was still very excited. This Golden Heart was simply Fang Chen's trump card. Everything could be refined. During the process of Fang Chen's Golden Heart's transformation, the little mouse, who was hiding in the special spatial ring, was greedily absorbing the qi emitted by the Golden Heart. During this 1 month, the little mouse had undergone earth-shattering changes. When the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder, Fang Chen was extremely shocked. At this moment, the qi emitted by the little mouse had already reached the first stage of the qi high realm. How long has it been? After Fang Chen saw the little mouse, he was extremely shocked. The little mouse's cultivation speed was too fast, breaking through from time to time. How could warriors like them, who had trained hard, endure this? What kind of race is it? This cultivation speed is too overbearing. Fang Chen said softly. The little mouse was obviously still underage. Fang Chen had also heard that the little mouse's strength would surpass the Qi High Realm when it reached adulthood. Even the Qi High Realm was underage. One could imagine how powerful this race was. According to the little mouse's cultivation speed, it would not take long before it would surpass Fang Chen. At that time, it would be able to help Fang Chen. Today, Fang Chen was very happy. The little mouse had a breakthrough and the Golden Heart had undergone a transformation. His strength had increased in all aspects. Right now, if he were to face a mid-stage Qi High warrior, he would definitely be able to crush them. Even if he were to face a late-stage Qi High warrior, he would be able to crush them. The 5 great geniuses. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was confident that he could challenge the 5 great geniuses. His sword intent had reached the first minor realm, the 3rd stage of the fire and water sword art had reached the hyperfocus realm, and the hidden dragon sword had become a top-grade yuan weapon. All of these had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. After a month of silence, Fang Chen finally came out of seclusion. The first thing Fang Chen did after coming out of seclusion was to take over a city. "Brother Fang, you've been cultivating for a month," Liang Yi said with a smile when he saw Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, are we leaving now?" Liang Yi asked. "Brother Fang, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect is a match for you. Taking over a city is too easy for you," Liang San said. Liang Sai also nodded slightly. "Let's go." Following Fang Chen's order, the Liang family's 4 young masters led a large group of King Kong sect disciples towards the Wuji sect city under Fang Chen's lead. Fang Chen's target this time was the border city of the Wuji sect, called the Reborn City. When Fang Chen and the others left, the Reborn City received the news. Soon after, the news reached Wu Sheng's ears. Chapter 247. Outside of Reincarnation City was a stretch of barren land. In the middle of the barren land was an official road. On the official road stood a large number of warriors. The one leading them was Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, we have now entered the territory of the Wuji sect. The Reincarnation City we are heading towards is the closest city to the King Kong sect," Liang Yi explained as he looked at the Reincarnation City. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. No matter who was guarding this city, he was not afraid. When Fang Chen and the others arrived at the Reincarnation City, Wu Sheng had already received the news. He could not wait to kill Fang Chen. "Finally here." Wu Sheng appeared in front of Fang Chen and said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You are no match for me." Fang Chen did not know who Wu Sheng was, but he could feel that Wu Sheng was no match for him. "Fang Chen, today I will send you to the afterlife." Wu Sheng sneered. "Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before?" The 4 young masters of the Liang family thought to themselves when they saw Wu Sheng. However, Fang Chen did not care. "I will defeat you within 10 breaths," Fang Chen said domineeringly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the disciples of the King Kong sect were in an uproar. They all looked at him, their hearts filled with shock. 10 breaths. Even Wu Sheng was enraged when he heard this. Fang Chen, if I don't kill you today, my name will not be Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng said coldly. As soon as Wu Sheng finished speaking, his body flashed. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked Fang Chen. Boom! The hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, Fang Chen activated all the sword intent in his body. The majestic sword intent merged into the hidden dragon sword. He then used the third level of the fire and water sword art. Wu Sheng was also at the mid-Qi high realm, but he was slightly stronger than Ji Lei. He believed that he could kill Fang Chen. When Fang Chen executed the third level of the water and fire sword art, the entire sky changed color. A wild aura shot out from the hidden dragon sword. Boom! When Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword collided with Wu Sheng's fist, it instantly shattered Wu Sheng's fist. In the next moment, the sword technique of water and fire struck Wu Sheng's body with a thunderous force. Although Wu Sheng's physical body was extremely strong, it was still unable to withstand the power of the sword technique of water and fire. Crack! A hole had appeared on Wu Sheng's body. Blood was gushing out of the hole. Wu Sheng's eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Wu Sheng screamed in horror. Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. In just one exchange, he was defeated by Fang Chen. Moreover, Fang Chen had even broken through the physical defense that he was so proud of. When Wu Sheng fell to the ground, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand pierced into Wu Sheng's head. His head instantly exploded. Wu Sheng fell. After doing all this, Fang Chen said faintly, 10 breaths of time hasn't passed yet, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan trembled. Fang Chen was too strong. He could even kill an expert like Wu Sheng. When Wu Sheng said his name, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan knew that Wu Sheng was a disciple of the ghost-killing sect. Within the ghost-killing sect, he was considered a good disciple. Fang Chen killed Wu Sheng in one move. One could imagine how strong he was. At this moment, the King Kong sect master, who was secretly observing Fang Chen, had a face full of shock. This Fang Chen is too strong. The King Kong sect master said excitedly. He had personally witnessed the process of Fang Chen killing Wu Sheng. He was very clear that Fang Chen's current strength was at least at the late 4th level of the Qi high realm, or even higher. What a genius! The King Kong sect master sighed. However, just as the King Kong sect master finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly appeared in front of Dead Life City. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Dead Life City. Brat, you dare to kill Wu Sheng? Are you courting death? The figure saw that Wu Sheng was dead. His wild aura instantly locked onto Fang Chen and said coldly, Limitless old ghost, you want to attack my King Kong sect disciple? Seeing the Limitless sect master attack, the King Kong sect master's figure instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen and blocked the Limitless sect master's wild aura. Seeing this, Fang Chen was slightly startled. He hadn't expected these 2 people to be hiding in the dark. King Kong sect master, you should also know who Fang Chen killed. Could it be that you want to go against the ghost-killing gate? The Limitless sect master coldly said. Wu Sheng was a disciple of the ghost-killing gate. If he died in the Limitless sect's territory, the ghost-killing gate would definitely vent their anger on the Limitless sect. Originally, the Limitless sect master had thought that Wu Sheng's strength was enough to kill Fang Chen. The reason he had been hiding in the dark was to find an opportunity to kill Fang Chen. But what he hadn't expected was that Fang Chen's strength had reached such a level. He didn't even have time to block Fang Chen's attack before Fang Chen could kill Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's death caused the Limitless sect master to fly into a rage. But with the King Kong sect master present, he knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Chen. So the Limitless sect master brought out the ghost-killing gate to intimidate the King Kong sect master. It's not good for us, the older generation, to interfere in a battle between the younger generation. The King Kong sect master didn't mention the ghost-killing gate. King Kong sect master, you will regret your choice, said the Limitless sect master furiously. The King Kong sect master didn't have the slightest fear in front of the Limitless sect master. He sneered and said, Old bastard Limitless, could it be that you plan on interfering in a battle between the younger generation? Even my limitless sect's Ji Lei was defeated by Fang Chen. If I let the younger generation continue to fight and the older generation doesn't interfere, could it be that I'll just watch as the limitless sect cities are stolen by your King Kong sect? Said the limitless sect master coldly. What did I say when your limitless sect stole my King Kong sect cities? Retorted the King Kong sect master. King Kong sect master, don't go too far. You can leave, said the limitless sect master. In the following time, the King Kong sect master and the limitless sect master negotiated. Fang Chen clearly wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. Finally, after an hour of negotiation, the King Kong sect master won and the limitless sect master was forced to concede. The limitless sect gave up Reborn City to the King Kong sect, and the King Kong sect had to stop plundering the limitless sect cities. In the end, the two sect masters reached an agreement. Before the limitless sect master left, he looked at the King Kong sect master with resentment. King Kong sect master, I'd like to see how you explain this to the Ghost Killing Gate in a month's time. The limitless sect master left, but he left behind some threatening words. The King Kong sect master ignored the limitless sect master and let the King Kong sect disciples take over Reborn City. Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time, said the King Kong sect master with a smile when he saw Fang Chen. It's what I should do, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you've now become a thorn in the side of the limitless sect. Moreover, you've killed the Ghost Killing Gate's Wu Sheng. You must be careful and don't go out alone, said the King Kong sect master worriedly. Fang Chen nodded and asked, Sect master, what is the southern trial that the limitless sect master was talking about? Hearing this, the King Kong sect master slowly said, the southern trial is a trial for the younger generation of all the forces in the southern region. The location of the trial is in a mountain range in the southern region. In order to promote the improvement of the disciples, the 5 top sect will hold a trial every year. The disciples who can participate in the trial must be at least at the 3rd level of the Qi High realm. In the trial mountain range, there are countless fortuitous encounters. If you can obtain one of them, your strength will soar. The reason why the 5 top geniuses are so strong is because they have all obtained fortuitous encounters in the trial mountain range. Hearing the King Kong sect master's explanation, Fang Chen understood that the so-called trial was to allow the sect disciples to gain enlightenment in life and death battles and increase their strength. After the Reborn City was robbed by the King Kong sect, the entire limitless sect was furious. Especially Wu Sheng's death, they couldn't explain it to the Ghost Killing Gate. However, after some discussion, the limitless sect master finally decided to report this matter to the Ghost Killing Gate. The limitless sect master came to the forbidden area behind the limitless sect and stood on the transportation array. Crash! The limitless sect master used a special method to activate the transportation array. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the transportation array. What is it? The Ghost Killing Gate's disciple Wu Sheng was killed by the King Kong sect's disciple Fang Chen, said the limitless sect master. What, Wu Sheng was killed? Your limitless sect is truly trash. After saying this, the voice closed the transportation array. The limitless sect master's forehead was covered in sweat. He was afraid that the Ghost Killing Gate would take their anger out on him. When the news of Wu Sheng's death reached the Ghost Killing Gate, all the upper echelons of the Ghost Killing Gate gathered together and held an emergency meeting. What, Wu Sheng was killed? When did the King Kong sect have such a powerful disciple that could even kill Wu Sheng? Could it be that he didn't know that Wu Sheng was a disciple of the Ghost Killing Gate? By killing Wu Sheng, is he provoking the Ghost Killing Gate? We can use this chance to destroy the King Kong sect. The elders of the Ghost Killing Gate all spoke out. As one of the top 5 sects, the Ghost Killing Gate didn't allow others to provoke them. Wu Sheng's death infuriated them. Who sent the news? Asked the Ghost Killing Gate master coldly. It was the limitless sect master. The Ghost Killing Gate master nodded. Wu Sheng didn't die in vain. The King Kong sect will be destroyed by my Ghost Killing Gate sooner or later. Gate master, what are we waiting for? Let's just kill them, said the first elder. The Ghost Killing Gate master shook his head. There's still a month until the southern trial. Once it's over, it won't be too late to destroy the Ghost Killing Gate. Chapter 248. The King Kong sect had won the battle against the Wuji sect. Of course, this was all thanks to Fang Chen. After this incident, even Consecrator Yu, who had some conflicts with Fang Chen, personally apologized to Fang Chen. This was because he was aware of Fang Chen's tyrannical talent. They had lost 5 cities at the beginning. Now, not only had they recovered 5 cities, but they had also taken over the reborn city, which was highly valued by the Wuji sect. With this, the King Kong sect had more and more resources. The entire King Kong sect was bustling with noise and excitement. As for the main character, Fang Chen, he was cultivating in his own courtyard. There was only 1 month left before the Southern Trials. Fang Chen wanted to reach the 5th level of the Qi High Realm in this Southern Trials. At that time, he would be able to go to the imperial capital of the central region. Time passed by slowly. During this period, Fang Chen had been cultivating and going to the body refining steps from time to time. Today was the 7th day since Fang Chen had returned to the King Kong sect. He had some understanding of the body refining Tao, so he came to test it out. In front of the sacred mountain, many disciples saw Fang Chen coming and their faces were full of smiles. After Fang Chen nodded to the crowd, he immediately stepped onto the body refining steps. After a while, Fang Chen reached the 4th step. This scene made many disciples envious. Of course, not long ago, Jin Tai also successfully reached the 4th step after learning from Fang Chen's experience. However, compared to Fang Chen, he felt ashamed. After Fang Chen stepped onto the 4th step, he felt a slight pressure from all directions. His body trembled as he continuously absorbed the pressure. After a full 15 minutes, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he tiptoed and appeared on the 5th step. Seeing this scene, many disciples exclaimed. They did not expect Fang Chen to be able to reach the 5th step. Stepping onto the 5th step meant that the strength of Fang Chen's physical body had reached the terrifying mid-stage 2-star Dao body. In such a short period of time, he had reached the middle stage of a 2-star Dao body. How terrifying was that? As expected of Consecrator Fang. His potential is too heaven-defying. That's right. Consecrator Fang's strength is probably comparable to the 5 great sky prides. This is only the strength of Consecrator Fang's physical body. Consecrator Fang's strongest point is his swordsmanship. We can't defend against such exquisite swordsmanship at all. Many disciples chimed in. After Fang Chen stepped onto the 5th step, he felt that he couldn't go any further, so he immediately started cultivating. An hour later, Fang Chen felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He immediately came down from the body tempering steps and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a figure appeared at the foot of the sacred mountain. Fang Chen, the figure said as soon as he landed at the foot of the sacred mountain. Many disciples' faces were filled with confusion when they saw this. This was because the figure who had arrived was actually the first disciple of the Luo Chen sword sect, Yi Ming, who had been defeated by Fang Chen not long ago. When Fang Chen had just arrived at the King Kong sect, he had coincidentally encountered the younger generation of the Luo Chen sword sect who had come to challenge the younger generation of the King Kong sect. Seeing that the younger generation of the King Kong sect was unable to withstand the attacks of the numerous disciples of the Luo Chen sword sect, Fang Chen had made his move. Fang Chen had first defeated Yi Luo in a thunderous manner. Then, he had battled Yi Ming and defeated him, causing many disciples of the Luo Chen sword sect to exclaim in shock. The Luo Chen sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators. All the disciples in the sect were sword cultivators. To them, the sword Dao was their Dao. However, when Fang Chen had used exquisite swordsmanship to defeat Yi Ming, the disciples of the Luo Chen sword sect were all shocked. In the south, there was such a powerful sword cultivator other than the disciples of the Luo Chen sword sect. After that battle, Yi Ming followed the sect leader of the Luo Chen sword sect back to the sect and began to cultivate diligently. Finally, after a period of time, Yi Ming's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. His swordsmanship had also reached the intricate realm. To Yi Ming, reaching the intricate realm in his swordsmanship was an extremely exciting thing. Just as his swordsmanship had broken through, he had the urge to challenge Fang Chen. Coincidentally, the sect leader of the Luo Chen sword sect had something to discuss with the higher-ups of the King Kong sect. Yi Ming had followed the sect leader of the Luo Chen sword sect. After arriving at the King Kong sect, the sect leader of the Luo Chen sword sect was discussing other matters with the higher-ups of the King Kong sect. Yi Ming had asked around and found out that Fang Chen was here, so he had come here. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Yi Ming stared at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Fang Chen looked at Yi Ming and was a little surprised. He had defeated Yi Ming last time and did not expect Yi Ming to have the guts to challenge him again. Hearing Yi Ming's challenge, many of the King Kong sect disciples also looked at Yi Ming. That's right. I was not satisfied with losing to you last time. Now that my strength has increased greatly, I will definitely be able to defeat you. Yi Ming said in a deep voice. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He had seen through Yi Ming's strength with a single glance. The current Yi Ming was not his match. You are not my match. Fang Chen did not want to waste time. Fang Chen, you don't dare to fight with me? Yi Ming asked coldly. Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Ming and said, Can you defeat Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing sect? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Ming was a little surprised, but he still answered, Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing sect is a mid-4th level Qi high warrior. Because of his special skills, he is even stronger than Ji Lei. How can I be his match? You can't even defeat Wu Sheng, and you still want to challenge me? Fang Chen said. You speak as if you can defeat Wu Sheng. Hearing this, Yi Ming said coldly. The battle between the King Kong sect and the Wuji sect was only known by the ghost-killing sect. The other sect basically knew nothing about it, so they did not know that Fang Chen had killed Wu Sheng. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Liang Yi could not help but speak. Brother Fang killed Wu Sheng not long ago. Yes, you said he killed Wu Sheng? How is that possible? Yi Ming did not believe that Fang Chen could kill Wu Sheng. Since you don't believe me, then I will give you a chance. Remember, you only have one chance. Fang Chen said. You attack first. I don't want to take advantage of others. Yi Ming said with conviction. Fang Chen was a little speechless. Then, in a flash, he pointed his finger and performed the finger of death. In an instant, his finger touched Yi Ming's shoulder. Immediately, the long sword in Yi Ming's hand fell to the ground. Yi Ming screamed miserably. He felt as if his arm was crippled and was in great pain. On the other hand, Fang Chen stood where he was quietly, as if he had not moved at all. How is this possible? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. When did Fang Chen become so powerful? Not only did he not have the ability to resist, he did not even see it. This, the more Yi Ming thought about it, the more afraid he became. If Fang Chen had intended to kill him earlier, he would have become a dead man long ago. As a sword cultivator, you should know what it means to have your sword fall from your hand, Fang Chen said calmly. After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and left. Yi Ming's mind was blown. In the next moment, Yi Ming turned around and chased after Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I want to defeat you as my master. Yi Ming said loudly. Yi Ming's words were beyond everyone's expectations. Countless King Kong sect disciples were stunned. At that moment, Yi Ming deeply felt how terrifying Fang Chen was. If he could get Fang Chen's guidance, he would definitely be able to go further in Sword Dao. Yi Ming seemed to have made a decision as he cupped his hands and said to Fang Chen directly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I won't take you as my disciple. Why? Yi Ming asked in confusion. Fang Chen did not say anything. He only glanced at the long sword that had fallen to the ground, then turned around and left. Yi Ming followed Fang Chen's gaze and only then did he remember that his long sword had fallen to the ground. As a sword cultivator, the sword is the most important companion. How can I forget my battle companion? Fang Chen thought to himself as he left the Divine Mountain. When Fang Chen defeated Yi Ming, the atmosphere in the King Kong sect's meeting hall was very solemn. Sect Master Luo Chen, is what you said true? The King Kong sect master asked. Chapter 249. The treasure of the Luo Chen sword sect, the celestial sword, was an extremely special sword. It had been passed down from the first ancestor of the Luo Chen sword sect. According to the legends, the ancestor of the Luo Chen sword sect roamed the pugilistic world alone with his sword. In the end, he achieved supremacy in the way of the sword and stood at the apex of the ancient sword continent. He then retired from the pugilistic world and returned to his homeland, the Golden Crown Kingdom, where he founded the Luo Chen sword sect. When the Luo Chen sword sect was first established, the entire ancient sword continent was shaken. At the time, the Luo Chen sword sect was a holy land that countless cultivators in the way of the sword dreamed of. However, as time went on, the Luo Chen sword sect gradually declined after the ancestor's death. Now, the sect's influence was extremely small. It was basically only slightly famous in the Golden Crown Kingdom. However, although the Luo Chen sword sect had fallen to such a state, people would still think of the sect's treasure, the celestial sword, when they mentioned it. The celestial sword was the sword that the ancestor of the Luo Chen sword sect had once carried. It had accompanied the ancestor for his entire life. In the end, when the ancestor was on the verge of death, he stabbed the celestial sword into the mountain where the Luo Chen sword sect resided. Ordinary cultivators could not even approach the celestial sword. Even a few experts would be rejected when they approached the celestial sword. In the beginning, many powerhouses had their eyes on the celestial sword. However, the ancestor of the Luo Chen sword sect had already anticipated this situation. He had set up a startling formation around the celestial sword. Apart from the disciples of the Luo Chen sword sect, no one could touch the celestial sword. Now, the current sect master of the Luo Chen sword sect had actually said that he had discovered this information from the celestial sword. It was easy to imagine just how shocked the upper echelons of the King Kong sect were. It was discovered in the celestial sword, the sect master exclaimed. The sect master nodded slowly and said, "Our Luo Chen sword sect has a special group of elders." The group of elders was established to study the celestial sword. They hoped to obtain the legacy of the celestial sword and completely grasp it so that the Luo Chen sword sect could regain its former glory. After countless years of research, these elders have a certain understanding of the celestial sword. However, not long ago, when they were studying the celestial sword, an obscure piece of information suddenly emerged from the celestial sword. When they discovered this obscure piece of information, they were overjoyed and began to study it day and night. Finally, a few days later, they discovered an important piece of information, continued the master of the Falling Dust Sword sect. At this moment, all the senior members of the King Kong sect, including the sect master, stared at the sect master of the Falling Dust Sword sect, waiting for him to continue. "There's a treasure trove somewhere in the Training Mountain range," said the sect master of the Falling Dust Sword sect. "What kind of treasure is it?" the Vajra sect master asked anxiously. If the King Kong sect master and the others hadn't believed the Falling Dust Sword sect master in the beginning, they were completely convinced now. This news came from the heavenly sword, so it must be true. "We don't know exactly what treasure it is, but since the news came from the heavenly sword, I can vaguely guess that the ancestor is guiding us," said the master of the Luo Chen sword sect sternly. The reason why he revealed such important information to the King Kong sect was because the sect master of the Falling Dust Sword sect believed that even if the Falling Dust Sword sect disciples found the treasure trove, they wouldn't be able to protect it. That was why he chose to work with the King Kong sect. After the King Kong sect master and the others learned of this matter, they discussed it and decided to work together. Perhaps the treasure trove was left behind by the Falling Dust Sword sect's ancestor. If they could obtain it, the strength of the King Kong sect disciples would increase. "Since that's the case, let's work together this time," said the King Kong sect master slowly. The Falling Dust Sword sect master smiled when he heard the King Kong sect master's attitude. Very soon, the two sides finished discussing some details. Ever since Yi Ming lost to Fang Chen, he had constantly pestered Fang Chen, wanting to become his disciple. However, how could Fang Chen accept him as a disciple? However, in the end, Fang Chen still agreed to give him some guidance. After a period of guidance, Yi Ming's strength had clearly increased. This made Yi Ming even more excited and he stayed in Fang Chen's courtyard almost every day. When the Falling Dust Sword sect master learned that Yi Ming had been defeated by Fang Chen in one move, he couldn't help but sigh. Fang Chen's potential was too great. The King Kong sect would definitely send Fang Chen to the Southern Trial this time. With a powerful cultivator like Fang Chen leading them, their chances of obtaining the treasure trove would increase. During this period, the people of the Falling Dust Sword sect simply stayed in the King Kong sect. All the disciples of the King Kong sect were cultivating nervously because they knew that the trial would arrive soon. This time, the King Kong sect had offended the Wuji sect. The latter would definitely ambush them in the trial mountain range. Moreover, Fang Chen had killed Wu Sheng from the Ghost Killing sect. The Ghost Killing sect might also attack the King Kong sect. While Fang Chen was giving guidance to Yi Ming, he was also cultivating. Other than the King Kong sect, the other 5 top sects were also preparing nervously. In a certain mountain range in the south. This mountain range was filled with a sinister aura. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a sect. This sect was called the Ghost Killing sect. The Ghost Killing sect, one of the top 5 sects, was located in this sinister mountain range. At this moment, in a courtyard within the Ghost Killing sect, a murderous aura suddenly shot up to the sky. Following that, a hearty laughter spread throughout the entire Ghost Killing sect. Ha ha ha, I, Gui Kuei, have finally broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. In the middle of the courtyard, Gui Kuei stood quietly with a wild smile on his face as he spoke loudly. When they were fighting for the inheritance in the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis, Gui Kuei was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. However, with the strength of his fiend god body, Gui Kuei was able to be ranked alongside the other 4 prodigies. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong Gui Kuei was. However, because of his inferior cultivation, Gui Kuei had always been at the bottom of the 5 prodigies. This time, after Gui Kuei returned from the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis, he went into seclusion for a period of time and finally broke through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Although he was only at the beginning of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, his current strength was comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Qing Lufeng, Hai Wuwei, Huang Zhan, Xing Yun, in this trial, I will definitely trample all of you under my feet and become the leader of the 5 prodigies. Gui Kuei said with a hoarse voice. Just as the murderous aura shot up to the sky, the higher-ups of the Ghost Killing sect all noticed this scene. They looked around and discovered that this powerful aura came from Gui Kuei's courtyard. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After a while, the higher-ups of the Ghost Killing sect all appeared in Gui Kuei's courtyard. When they felt Gui Kuei's aura, their faces were filled with wild smiles. Gui Kuei, you broke through? The Ghost Killing sect's sect leader asked hurriedly. Sect leader, I have broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Gui Kuei cupped his hands and said to the sect leader. Ha ha ha, good, very good. You have broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Among the 5 prodigies, you can be considered one of the best. As expected of our Ghost Killing sect's most outstanding disciple in the past 100 years. With your potential, you will definitely be able to train your fiend god body to the transformation realm. Before the trial, you broke through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. In this trial, you are destined to be number 1. Haha, my Ghost Killing school can finally rise up in this trial. In the previous trials, the Ghost Killing sect had always been at the bottom of the 5 top sects. But this time, it was different. Gui Kuei had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm and his strength had increased tremendously. Gui Kuei's breakthrough made the higher-ups of the Ghost Killing sect extremely happy. Of course, other than the Ghost Killing sect, the other 4 sects were also preparing for this trial in the south. In one of the famous forbidden grounds of the ancient Sword Continent, a woman in white clothes was being chased by an old man. Her body was covered in blood and her qi was slightly weak. Which, hand over the inheritance and I can spare your life. The old man's qi was very thick. With one look, one could tell that he was a qi high warrior. The woman in white who was being chased by the old man had a face full of pain. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this woman in white clothes was Star and Moon who had trained with him in Kamikaze Kenbu. When Fang Chen became an invincible qi transformation warrior, Star and Moon knew that their own strength had been left behind by Fang Chen. Thus, Star and Moon chose to leave the Shungfeng country and go out to train. The ancient sword continent was very big, and the Shungfeng country was only a small area. After Star and Moon left the Shungfeng country, they accidentally entered a famous forbidden ground of the ancient sword continent. In this forbidden ground, Star and Moon constantly fought on the edge of life and death, and finally broke through to the Qi High realm. After breaking through to the Qi High realm, Star and Moon accidentally found an inheritance left behind by an ancient almighty. After going through untold hardships, she finally obtained the inheritance. However, after obtaining the inheritance, she was chased by an old man. This old man wanted to force Star and Moon to hand over the inheritance, but Star and Moon definitely wouldn't agree. The old man was very strong, and Star and Moon were no match for him. If Star and Moon hadn't obtained some life-saving methods from the inheritance, they would have been killed by the old man. At this time, Star and Moon was already at the end of her rope, but the old man behind her was about to catch up. I can't die. Star and Moon's mind was a little muddled. She shook her head hard and said to herself. She held a long sword in her fair hand. Suddenly, she ignited the liquefied spirit energy in her Qi High, and her speed suddenly soared. Mage, even if your speed soars, it won't help, the old man said coldly. Whoosh! Star and Moon's speed was very fast, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the old man's face was full of confidence, and he quickly chased after Star and Moon. After a minute, Star and Moon suddenly stopped, because she found that she was heading towards a bottomless abyss. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Witch, hand over the inheritance. You can't keep it, the old man said eerily. Star and Moon struggled for a moment, then made a decision, and softly called out Fang Chen's name. Then, Star and Moon jumped into the bottomless abyss. Damn it! Seeing this, the old man wanted to catch Star and Moon, but it was too late. He roared in anger. He knew very well how dangerous this place was. The bottomless abyss was even more dangerous. It could be said that even a Qi High Realm warrior would die if he jumped into it. Chapter 250. Southern part of the Golden Crown Nation, King Kong Sect. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until the annual Southern Trial. During this time, Fang Chen had been cultivating. However, Fang Chen did not cultivate the fire and water sword arts or the wind and cloud mental cultivation method, but his soul. Fang Chen's soul had reached the peak of the normal level when he was in the Qi transformation realm. He was only one step away from reaching the red rank. In this short period of time, Fang Chen had reached a bottleneck in other areas, so he focused on cultivating his soul. However, cultivating his soul was very difficult. Fang Chen had searched for many spirit herbs and pills, but his soul still could not reach the red rank. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to go out and train today. Not far from the King Kong sect, there was a mountain range. Fang Chen's target was this mountain range. There was still half a month left, so he wanted to cultivate his soul to the red rank. Of course, there was another reason. After the little mouse's transformation, Fang Chen wanted to increase the little mouse's combat experience. After a brief discussion with the King Kong sect master, Fang Chen left the King Kong sect and came to the mountain range. After entering the mountain range, Fang Chen began to search for monsters. If he encountered a Qi transformation realm monster, he would let the little mouse kill it. If he encountered a stronger monster, Fang Chen would kill it himself. Just as he entered the mountain range, Fang Chen encountered a monster. This monster was at the first level of the Qi High realm. Just as Fang Chen was about to attack, the little mouse appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. With a swoosh, it jumped onto the monster's head. Golden Sheep Tribe. Fang Chen recognized this monster. It was a member of the Golden Sheep Tribe. The Golden Sheep Tribe was a relatively strong tribe. He did not expect to meet a monster from the Golden Sheep Tribe here. The Golden Sheep Tribe was most famous for the two horns on their heads. These two horns were very powerful and indestructible. Under normal circumstances, warriors would avoid coming into contact with their horns. However, before Fang Chen could speak, the little mouse jumped onto the Golden Sheep Tribe monster's head and started to chirp non-stop. Roar! The golden sheep tribe monster roared and wanted to use its horns to hit the little mouse. However, the little mouse's next actions stunned Fang Chen. Fang Chen watched as the little mouse grabbed the horns of the golden sheep tribe demonic beast. Then, with a crunching sound, the little mouse bit down on the horns of the golden sheep tribe demonic beast. Fang Chen was stunned. The golden sheep tribe's horns were famous for their toughness. Even Fang Chen was not sure if he could break the golden sheep tribe monster's horns. He did not expect the little mouse to use its mouth to bite. While Fang Chen was in a daze, the golden sheep tribe monster let out a miserable cry. Fang Chen looked over and saw that one of its horns had been bitten off by the little mouse. Crunch! The little mouse held the golden sheep tribe monster's broken horn in one hand and kept biting. In the blink of an eye, the golden sheep tribe monster's horn was swallowed whole. It can even eat this? Fang Chen was shocked. What kind of tribe was this little mouse? How could it eat something so tough? While Fang Chen was thinking, the little mouse also ate the other horn of the golden sheep tribe monster. In an instant, the golden sheep tribe monster fell to the ground and rolled around. The little mouse ate the golden sheep tribe monster's horns and rubbed its stomach. It nodded with satisfaction. Finally, it stuck its little hand into the golden sheep tribe monster's head and defeated it in an instant. You can do that. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Little Mouse was only at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but he was able to easily kill a demon beast of the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. Most importantly, the little mouse had used such a strange method to kill the golden sheep tribe's demonic beast. It can even bite the golden sheep tribe monster's horns. Fang Chen looked at the little mouse as if he was looking at a monster. The little mouse, on the other hand, had a big belly and a proud expression on its face. Finally, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and started chirping. Fang Chen racked his brains but still couldn't figure out what kind of tribe the little mouse was. Could it be a mutated tribe? Why was it so mysterious? Since he couldn't figure it out, Fang Chen didn't want to think about it anymore. He brought the little mouse deeper into the forest. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Fang Chen had truly witnessed the power of the little mouse. No matter how hard something was, the little mouse could bite it into pieces and swallow it. Fang Chen even thought that there was nothing in this world that the little mouse couldn't bite into. In these 10 days, Fang Chen's gains were also great. His soul had broken through to the red tier a day ago. After reaching the red tier, Fang Chen's soul was abnormally powerful. He could even temporarily let his soul leave his body. The so-called soul leaving his body was to use his mind to control his soul and let it leave his body for a short time to check his surroundings. After his soul reached the red tier, Fang Chen found that his soul could leave a range of 1 meter from his body. Any further and he wouldn't be able to leave. The Tao of the soul really is wondrous, muttered Fang Chen to himself. Now that his soul had reached the red tier, it was time for Fang Chen's training to end. He prepared to return to the Vajra sect. However, just as he was about to leave the mountain range, his soul suddenly trembled. Following that, his soul left his body. He sensed that there were 2 figures not far away. They were in the middle of a discussion. Big brother, the falling dust sword sect's people have already been in the Vajra sect for a while. Could it be that they're joining forces? Should we report this to the sect? Whispered one of the cultivators. Not for now. Our goal is to monitor the Vajra sect's disciples and see how many of them will enter the training mountain range, said the other cultivator. No matter how many of them enter the training mountain range, they'll all die without a doubt, said the first cultivator. After Fang Chen's soul caught this information, a playful smile appeared on his face. He hadn't expected the ghost-killing gate to send disciples to monitor the Vajra sect. Crash! Fang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 2 ghost-killing gate disciples. Who are you? Fang Chen's appearance attracted the attention of the ghost-killing school disciples, and 2 of them said coldly, "The person who's going to kill you," sneered Fang Chen. "Mitch, you're courting death." The ghost-killing gate disciples snorted and prepared to attack and kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen's finger moved slightly, and a tyrannical finger glow instantly floated in front of him. After that, It blasted towards one of the martialists. Finger of death. Whoosh. A finger light instantly pierced through the head of one of the martial warriors, instantly killing him. Seeing this, the other cultivator's body trembled uncontrollably. His heart was filled with fear. Who the hell are you? I'm a disciple of the Ghost Killing Gate, don't kill me. Fang Chen walked step by step in front of the Ghost Killing Gate disciples and asked coldly, Your Ghost Killing Gate is monitoring the Vajra sect, what exactly are you plotting? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the disciple knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If I tell you, can you let me live? Do you have a choice? Fang Chen said coldly. I'll talk. The disciple said in fear, the disciples of the King Kong sect killed Wu Sheng of the Ghost Killing School. This time, the Ghost Killing School is preparing to kill all of the younger generation of the King Kong sect after the training mountain range. After the training is over, we will destroy the King Kong sect. Hearing the disciple's words, Fang Chen was slightly startled. He never thought that the Ghost Killing Gate would have such vicious thoughts. You can die now. Fang Chen raised his finger and said coldly. You said you wouldn't kill me. Before the disciple could finish speaking, he was killed by Fang Chen's finger. Soon after, Fang Chen returned to the Vajra sect. After returning to the Vajra sect, Fang Chen told the Vajra sect master about this matter. What? You said that the Ghost Killing Gate is going to attack my Vajra sect's disciples in the training mountain range? The Vajra sect master's face changed as he asked in a deep voice. On the way back, I met 2 disciples of the Ghost Killing Gate. They were sent by the Ghost Killing Gate to monitor our Vajra sect. I got this information from them. Fang Chen said. Damn it, the Ghost Killing Gate is relying on their status as one of the top 5 sects to actually attack my Vajra sect. The Vajra sect master was furious. Sect master, you don't have to worry about the training mountain range. The strongest member of the Ghost Killing Gate's younger generation is Gui Kuei. With me here, Gui Kuei won't be able to do anything. Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Vajra sect master's face softened a little. He then said, Fang Chen, you must be careful in this training. Sect master, you don't have to worry about the training mountain range. What you need to think about now is how to deal with the Ghost Killing Gate. Fang Chen said. I will convince the other sects to work together to deal with the Ghost Killing Gate. The Vajra sect master said in a deep voice. After chatting with the Vajra sect master, Fang Chen returned to his own courtyard. Within the Qingtian alliance, a ray of light shot into the sky. Countless warriors were shocked as they looked towards a courtyard in the center of the Qingtian alliance. Is that Qing Lufeng? He broke through. Many elders said. After a while, they received the news that Qing Lufeng had broken through. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Feng'er broke through before the training. In this training, he will definitely be able to show his prowess. The Qingtian Alliance master said. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses had also broken through. Hai Wu Wei, Huang Zhan, and Xing Yun had all broken through to the peak of the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. They were all preparing for this training. As for Gui Kuei, he had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm long ago. The closer it was to the training, the heavier the atmosphere in the south. Normally, no one would enter the training mountain range. It was considered a forbidden area in the south. But at this moment, in the depths of the training mountain range, there was a black shadow. He stood there like a demon from hell, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 251. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the annual Southern Trial. The southern region of the Golden Crown Nation held a grand trial every year. All the young disciples of the Southern sect, big or small, would participate. Every time the trial was held, some young disciples would rise above the rest and become the cream of the crop. The current 5 great prodigies of the southern region had also emerged from the Southern Trial. There would be a ranking at the end of each Southern Trial, and martialists who made it into the top 3 would be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, every younger generation was trying their best to squeeze into the top 3. However, ever since the emergence of the 5 Great Heavens Prides, the top 3 spots had almost been monopolized by the 5 Great Heavens Prides in the past few years of trials. It was simply impossible for other martialists to get a share of the top 3 spots. Countless young disciples were standing on a square in the Vajra sect. At the front of the square were many upper echelons of the Vajra sect. The Falling Dust sect master had already selected the Falling Dust Sword sect disciples to participate in the trial and brought them to the King Kong sect. They could set off at any time. Today was the day the King Kong sect disciples set off. Because the trial mountain range was still some distance away from the King Kong sect, the King Kong sect had to set off a day earlier. By the time Fang Chen arrived at the plaza, everyone had already arrived. The King Kong sect master began to speak when he saw that all the disciples had arrived. The annual Southern Trial will begin tomorrow. Today, we will head to the trial city to participate in the trial, the King Kong sect master announced loudly. The trial is not only an exchange between the younger generation, but also a competition between sects. There are countless opportunities in the trial mountain range. Of course, these opportunities are also accompanied by danger. I hope that all of you can help each other after entering the trial mountain range, the King Kong sect master continued. Then, the King Kong sect master briefly introduced the trial mountain range to the disciples before the group left the King Kong sect in a grandiose fashion. The King Kong sect master led the group and left alongside the Falling Dust Sword sect. Half a day later, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect arrived at the trial city one after another. Training City was a relatively famous city in the south. The reason why this city was called Training City was because every year, the Southern Trials would be held in this city. This year was no exception. When the Vajra sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect arrived, countless sects in the south had already arrived at the trial city. The trial city is right in front of us. Let's go in, the Vajra sect master said slowly. Then, the group of people entered the city of trials in a majestic manner. Just as he entered the training city, Fang Chen felt a heavy aura rushing towards him. The training city was packed with people. So many people. Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. He did not expect that a Southern Trial could actually attract so many martial artists. The Southern Trial is an annual event in the southern region. Of course there will be many warriors, Jin Tai said slowly from behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Just as the disciples of the King Kong sect were about to leave, a group of people suddenly entered the trial city through the city gates. The Wuji sect had just entered the trial city when they discovered their archenemy, the King Kong sect. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. When the Wuji sect master saw the King Kong sect, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He quickly walked over to the King Kong sect. King Kong sect master, how dare the King Kong sect participate in the Southern Trial, the Wuji sect master mocked. Since the Wuji sect is participating, why can't the King Kong sect participate? The King Kong sect master said icily. King Kong sect master, the Wuji sect will pay you back 100-fold for seizing our city, the Wuji sect master said icily. The King Kong sect master sneered when he heard the Wuji sect master's words and turned to leave. The Wuji sect master smiled sinisterly as he watched the King Kong sect master leave. Humph. I want to see how long the King Kong sect can last. The King Kong sect naturally didn't fear the Wuji sect. However, the Wuji sect had the backing of one of the top 5 sects, the Ghost Killing Gate. This required the King Kong sect master to take them seriously. However, Fang Chen had promised the King Kong sect master that he didn't need to worry about the safety of the King Kong sect master in the trial mountain range. With him around, the ghost sunflower wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, the King Kong sect master didn't care about the Wuji sect master's threat at all. What he cared about the most now was that the Ghost Killing Gate would make a move on the King Kong sect after the trial ended. Therefore, the King Kong sect master had already thought it through. During the trial, he would try his best to contact some sects that had a good relationship with the King Kong sect and join forces to resist the Ghost Killing Gate. Shortly after, the King Kong sect master led the group to a manor. This was an independent manor that belonged to the King Kong sect. The members of the Falling Dust Sword sect followed the Falling Dust sect master to the Falling Dust Sword sect manor. This is where we will rest. Everyone, have a good rest and prepare for the trial in your best condition. The King Kong sect master said a few simple words before leaving. Soon, many disciples went to rest while others went out for a stroll. The Liang family's 4 young masters said goodbye to Fang Chen before turning to leave as well. Just as Fang Chen was about to rest, the chief disciple of the Luo Chen sword sect, Yi Ming, suddenly appeared. "Brother Fang, let's go out for a stroll." Yi Ming looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Ming continued, "Brother Fang, tomorrow is the trial. Don't you want to take advantage of today to see the geniuses of the various sects? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Fang Chen originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard Yi Ming's last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately nodded and said, "All right." Then, Yi Ming and Fang Chen left the manor and appeared on the streets of the Trial City. The entire Trial City was bustling. The Trial City in the south did not belong to any sect. It was jointly owned by the various sects. In the Trial City, one could see the properties of the various sects every time. Even the 5 top sects did not dare to forcefully occupy the Trial City. "Where are we going?" Fang Chen looked at Yi Ming, who was walking quickly, and asked. "Follow me and you will know." Yi Ming's face revealed a trace of a smile. Then, Fang Chen did not ask any more questions and directly followed Yi Ming. In a short while, the two of them appeared on a small mountain peak in the Trial City. This mountain peak was very famous in the Trial City. It was called the Genius Peak. Genius Peak. The reason why it was called Genius Peak was because every year before the trial, a large number of martial artists would come to the Trial City to train. Some geniuses would choose to gather on this mountain peak for exchanges. Over time, this mountain peak was called Genius Peak. Of course, not every cultivator had the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak. Only the top powerhouses of the younger generation could ascend the Genius Peak. As the chief disciple of the Falling Dust Sword sect, Yi Ming's strength was extremely powerful. Naturally, he had the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak. When Yi Ming brought Fang Chen to the foot of the Genius Peak, he raised his head and looked over. There were already over 20 cultivators on the Genius Peak. These cultivators were the top of the younger generation in the south. Of course, the 5 great prodigies were not included. This was because the 5 great prodigies did not care about such a gathering of geniuses. In their eyes, besides the 5 of them, no one else in the south could be mentioned in the same breath as them. At this moment, there was a pavilion on the Genius Peak. Over 20 cultivators were in the pavilion. Some were standing, while others were sitting on stone benches and chatting with each other. "Brother Ji Lei, your strength has increased again. Looks like Brother Ji Lei's ranking will rise again in this trial," a cultivator with a smile said. "Yeah, Brother Ji Lei's strength is really amazing. Brother Bai Ming's strength is not bad either." Among the 20 cultivators, Ji Lei and the others were naturally the focus. This was because their strength was practically unparalleled under the 5 great prodigies. However, just as everyone was chatting and laughing, they suddenly saw 2 cultivators coming up from the foot of the mountain. "It's Yi Ming from the Falling Dust Sword sect." A cultivator recognized Yi Ming and said softly. They were not at all surprised by Yi Ming's arrival. With Yi Ming's strength, it was sufficient for him to set foot on the Genius Peak. However, when they saw that Yi Ming had brought another person with him, some of the cultivators' expressions changed slightly. "Yi Ming, you're here?" a cultivator asked. Yi Ming nodded and prepared to set foot on the Genius Peak with Fang Chen. However, at this moment, someone finally could not hold back anymore. "Yi Ming, you have the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak, but it doesn't mean that you can casually bring random people up there." "That's right. Not every cultivator can set foot on the Genius Peak. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry can set foot on the Genius Peak, then what's the point of the Genius Peak gathering? Yi Ming, you can come up, but he can't." The many cultivators chimed in one after another. Yi Ming frowned slightly when he heard this. He immediately said, "He's the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. Could it be that he doesn't have the qualifications to ascend the Genius Peak?" Hearing Yi Ming's question, someone said, "Isn't Jin Tai the chief disciple of the King Kong sect?" Where did this kid come from? In the pavilion, many cultivators were questioning Fang Chen's origins. Only Ji Lei's expression was a little ugly. He did not say a word. A trace of fear actually flashed in his eyes. That's right. Genius Peak is indeed not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can ascend. At this moment, Fang Chen opened his mouth to speak. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a disciple near Fang Chen's face changed. He angrily shouted, "Kid, since you know, then hurry up and get down. Otherwise, I won't be polite. For example, a Tom, Dick, or Harry like you doesn't have the qualifications to set foot on the Genius Peak." Fang Chen looked at the cultivator and said with a cold smile. This cultivator's cultivation was also at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. He was only a step away from the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. He was the chief disciple of the Puyun Island. His name was Piyu Xiong. He was very arrogant and looked down on those weaker cultivators. At this moment, hearing Fang Chen's mockery, Piyu Xiong's face changed. He said coldly, "Kid, I am the chief disciple of the Puyun Island. My cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. You say that I am a Tom, Dick, or Harry, then what about you? Do you think that being the chief disciple of the King Kong sect is something great?" Piyu Xiong looked at Fang Chen with an overbearing aura. His eyes were spitting fire. Is being the chief disciple of the Puyun Island really something great? Fang Chen asked back. You are many times stronger than being the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. Piyu Xiong snorted and said, "Kid, you only have 2 choices now. Either you get down yourself, or I will kick you down." Yi Ming knew Fang Chen's strength and did not interrupt. He also did not like Piyu Xiong. He could use this opportunity to let Fang Chen teach Piyu Xiong a lesson. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. This kind of trash was everywhere. Chapter 252. He had 2 choices. He could either roll off or be blasted off. Piyu Xiong gave Fang Chen 2 choices, and Fang Chen gave Piyu Xiong 2 choices as well. He did not want to be too high profile, but Piyu Xiong was overbearing. Ji Lei's face was gloomy at the moment. No one knew what he was thinking. He had not said a single word since the beginning. Of course, all the cultivators on Genius Peak did not know that Ji Lei had been defeated by Fang Chen not long ago. This made Ji Lei very wary of Fang Chen. Piyu Xiong's face was filled with disbelief when he heard that. He then asked coldly, "What did you say?" "Get off my back. You can choose not to. I'll blast you off," Fang Chen said. Piyu Xiong was completely enraged when he heard Fang Chen's words. He looked at Fang Chen and roared furiously, "Brat, you're dead for offending me, Piyu Xiong." Piyu Xiong activated all the strength in his body as he spoke and blasted Fang Chen. He wanted to blast Fang Chen off Genius Peak. Bang! Just a casual punch from Fang Chen was enough to make Piyu Xiong feel a strong pressure. After a loud bang, Piyu Xiong's body fell on Genius Peak and rolled down the mountain. This sudden scene shocked more than 20 martialists. They did not expect the cultivator that Yi Ming had brought to be so powerful that he could defeat Piyu Xiong in one move. Piyu Xiong was furious after being blasted off the peak. However, his rationality told him that he was no match for Fang Chen. How is this possible? Piyu Xiong stood up slowly and looked at Fang Chen, who was on Genius Peak. At the moment, his face was burning, as though he had been slapped by Fang Chen. It was ridiculous that he had thought that Fang Chen was not qualified to step onto Genius Peak. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had blasted him off Genius Peak. Just you wait. After being blasted off Genius Peak, Piyu Xiong naturally didn't have the face to continue climbing the peak. He glared fiercely at Fang Chen before turning to leave. After Piyu Xiong left, Fang Chen smirked as he looked at Ji Lei. "I wonder if I have the qualifications to step onto Genius Peak now?" Fang Chen asked softly. This brother's strength is formidable, so he naturally has the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak. Not bad, to be able to defeat Piyu Xiong so easily. This brother must be at least at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. When did such a tyrannical disciple appear in the Vajra sect? This is truly shocking. Many martial artists who had looked down on Fang Chen earlier cupped their hands towards Fang Chen. In this world, strength was revered. If one was strong enough, they would be respected everywhere. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ji Lei and asked, "I wonder what brother Ji Lei thinks?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Lei's heart tightened. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Brother Fang's strength is tyrannical. If even you don't have the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak, then I'm afraid that no one here has the qualifications to ascend Genius Peak." Ji Lei's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. They didn't think that Ji Lei would have such a high evaluation of Fang Chen. Of course, they didn't know that Ji Lei said this because he was afraid of Fang Chen. "You guys continue." Fang Chen signaled for everyone to continue talking. As for Fang Chen, he sat in a corner of the pavilion. Fang Chen wasn't interested in this kind of gathering at all, so he didn't participate. If it wasn't for Yi Ming bringing him here, he definitely wouldn't have come here. In the following time, many martial artists wanted to befriend Fang Chen, but Fang Chen simply ignored them. In the end, Fang Chen and Yi Ming left Genius Peak. This so-called gathering of geniuses didn't have any substantive meaning. It was just a bunch of people who liked to show off and flaunt their strength on Genius Peak. Early the next morning, the entire trial city was filled with a solemn atmosphere. There was a very wide plaza in the center of the trial city. This plaza was the place where the trial would begin. Martial artists continuously came to the plaza. Before long, all the sect members had arrived. The King Kong sect and the Infinity sect were together, and Fang Chen was among them. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the platform and waved his hand at everyone, indicating for them to be quiet. "Today is our Southern Region's annual trial competition. Every year, there will be some dark horses. This year, we will still choose the top 3 of the trial competition and give them generous rewards," said the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was a highly respected lone traveler in the Southern Region. His cultivation base was very high, and all the sect members in the Southern Region jointly elected him as the host of the trial competition. This year's trial competition will be the same as before. All the participating martial artists will have to enter the trial mountain range for a month. During this month, as long as the demonic aura in a martial artist's token completely disappears, they will be automatically eliminated, continued the white-haired old man. Before long, Fang Chen and the others received a palm-sized token. This token was a special token for the trial competition. This token stored a strand of demonic aura. This strand of demonic aura was collected from a demonic beast and forcibly sealed in the token by an almighty. After listening to the white-haired old man's explanation, Fang Chen had a better understanding of the trial competition's rules. In the trial competition, every participant would receive a token. Every token contained a strand of demonic aura. Participants who entered the trial mountain range could hunt demonic beasts to collect demonic aura. They could also steal the demonic aura of other participants. In short, as long as there was demonic aura in the token, they could continue to cultivate in the trial mountain range. However, once the last strand of demonic aura in the token was stolen by someone else, the participant would be automatically eliminated. The array in the token would be activated instantly and the participant would be transported out of the trial mountain range. After a month, the ranking would be based on the amount of demonic aura in the token. The top 3 martial artists would receive generous rewards. Although they didn't know what the rewards would be, according to the past years, it wouldn't be too bad. Within the trial mountain range, there were many demonic beasts. The weaker ones were at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm, while the stronger ones were at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Of course, killing demonic beasts of different levels would result in different amounts of demonic aura. Killing a demonic beast at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm would result in 1 strand of demonic aura. Killing a demonic beast at the 2nd level of the Qi High Realm would result in 2 strands of demonic aura. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more demonic aura one would receive. Of course, if one wanted to kill a high-level demonic beast, there was a huge risk. Alright, you all know the rules. Next up is the last test before the trial competition. Only by passing this test will you be qualified to participate in the trial competition. The white-haired old man's voice traveled into everyone's ears. Fang Chen heard this and was confused. What kind of test was this? At this moment, a big drum appeared in the middle of the square. After the big drum appeared, the white-haired old man said, "Everyone, use all your strength. As long as you can make the big drum sound 3 times, you will pass the test." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, some of the disciples began to participate in the test. This was a first-level Qi High warrior. He stood in front of the big drum and clenched his fist. All the strength in his body was gathered in his fist. He roared and punched the big drum. Dong on the big drum, there was a deafening sound, followed by a second sound. Just as everyone was watching, the sound of the big drum stopped abruptly. The warrior's face changed slightly, and his eyebrows were filled with displeasure. 2 sounds, eliminated. The white-haired old man's voice sounded. This warrior made 2 sounds and was eliminated. Next, countless other warriors began to participate in the test. Dong, the sound of the big drum was endless. Fang Chen observed carefully. Basically, all the warriors above the first level of the Qi High realm could make 3 sounds. Most of the people who were eliminated were at the first level of the Qi High realm. It seemed that this test was to eliminate the weak. Warriors who were able to enter the trial mountain range were all extremely strong. After about half an hour, the square finally exploded. Because this time, one of the 5 geniuses, Gui Kuei, was participating in the test. Gui Kuei stood in front of the big drum. Countless warriors widened their eyes and stared at Gui Kuei. Before Gui Kuei, the highest number of sounds was 5. Everyone was guessing that Gui Kuei would be able to break this record. At this moment, Gui Kuei's face was gloomy. Suddenly, his body was covered with a layer of grey qi. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Gui Kuei's fist smashed onto the big drum. Immediately, the sound of the drum filled the sky. Dong, in the blink of an eye, the drum sounded 5 times, easily surpassing the previous record. The sound of the drum was still there. Dong dong, the 6th sound, the 7th sound, the 8th sound. When the drum sounded 8 times, all the warriors' faces were filled with shock. The drum sounded 8 times. Just as everyone was still in shock, the 9th sound rang out. At this moment, the whole square was in an uproar. This was because the limit of the big drum was 9 sounds. Warriors who could make 9 sounds were the best of the younger generation. As expected of Gui Kuei, he can make 9 sounds. Yeah, the 5 geniuses are really strong. The ghost-killing sect specializes in body refinement. Gui Kuei's divine devil body refinement seems to have reached an even higher level, leaving others in the dust. Many warriors exclaimed after recovering from their shock. Gui Kuei was too strong. Everyone was still immersed in Gui Kuei's strength. What happened next made them even more dumbfounded. After Gui Kuei made 9 sounds, the other 4 geniuses of the 5 geniuses all made their moves. Without exception, they all made 9 sounds. The 5 geniuses combined forces to complete the test. Chapter 253. This test was enough to show the strength of the 5 great prodigies. After the 5 great prodigies, other than a few warriors who could sound the drum 7 times, there was not even a warrior who could sound it 8 times. Next, the warriors began their tests one after another. Every now and then, a first-level Qi High warrior would be eliminated. After 2 hours, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. When it was Fang Chen's turn, Ji Lei and the others all looked at Fang Chen. The eyes of the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chen sword sect were filled with hope. They thought that even if Fang Chen could not compare to the 5 great prodigies, he could at least sound the drum 7 times. However, after Fang Chen sounded the drum, the disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chen sword sect were confused. This was because Fang Chen only sounded the drum 3 times. This was too unbelievable. Even Ji Lei could sound the drum 7 times, but Fang Chen, the warrior who defeated Ji Lei, only sounded the drum 3 times. Of course, the warriors who did not know Fang Chen thought this was normal. Only Yi Ming and the others knew that Fang Chen was hiding his strength. This is only a test. As long as I pass, I don't need to attract the attention of others. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the test just now, Fang Chen deliberately controlled his strength and only sounded the drum 3 times, barely passing the test. After an entire morning, the test finally ended. There were more than 20 warriors eliminated, and the remaining warriors all passed the test. Next, it was time for the test to officially begin. All the warriors held a token in their hands. All right, let's begin. Everyone enter the training mountain range. The white-haired elder said loudly. The training mountain range was within 100 meters of the training city. It was very close. Following the white-haired elder's command, all the participating martialists left the trial city and entered the trial mountain range. As for the leaders of the various sects, they continued to stay in the trial city. Under Fang Chen's lead, the numerous disciples of the King Kong sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect entered the training mountain range one after another. After everyone entered the training mountain range, Fang Chen discovered that the training mountain range was very strange. What he saw from the outside was completely different from what he saw inside. Furthermore, only after entering the training mountain range did they realize that it was filled with dangerous auras. Fang Chen turned his head and glanced at the disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect. He nodded and said, "Looks like the formation in the token separated all of us when we entered the mountain range." This was an empty space at the edge of the training mountain range. Fang Chen led the disciples from the King Kong sect and the Falling Dust Sword sect to a brief survey of their surroundings before continuing onwards. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chen suddenly stopped. "Brother Fang, what's wrong?" Yi Ming asked immediately when he saw Fang Chen stop walking. There were dangers everywhere in the training mountain range. If they could foresee the dangers ahead of time, they would be sufficiently prepared and their losses would be minimized. "There's the sound of flowing water ahead," Fang Chen said softly. Doubt filled his face. "Do you want to take a look?" Yi Ming asked. Fang Chen nodded. Although the training mountain range was dangerous, it was also accompanied by opportunities. The sound of flowing water might be an opportunity for them. Afterwards, everyone quickly advanced under Fang Chen's lead. The further they advanced, the hotter Fang Chen felt. "Why is it so hot?" Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. He had already secretly used the concept of fire to resist the scorching heat. Many disciples behind him could no longer withstand it. "Brother Fang, this place is very strange. The air is too hot. They can't withstand it anymore," Yi Ming said with a heavy voice. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "Go back first and find a safe place to rest. I'll go take a look." With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Yi Ming led the disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect to find a safe place to rest. Fang Chen was alone, and his speed was very fast. Before long, Fang Chen arrived at the source of the flowing water. When he saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. At this moment, there was a river in front of Fang Chen. It wasn't flowing water, but fiery red magma. "Why is there magma here?" Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. The surroundings of the river were relatively empty. The river wasn't very large, and the river was filled with fiery red magma. The magma constantly flowed downstream. No wonder the air nearby is so scorching. "So that's why," Fang Chen said softly. Fang Chen wrapped his body with the concept of fire and approached the magma. He was prepared to check if there were any opportunities within the magma. However, just as Fang Chen approached the magma, the concept of fire around him suddenly trembled. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he was extremely puzzled. However, when he saw a flame within the magma, he finally became excited. "A fire seed. There's a fire seed in the magma," Fang Chen said excitedly. A fire seed was a very mysterious flame. The reason why Fang Chen was excited when he saw a fire seed was because consuming a fire seed could increase one's concept of fire. Right now, Fang Chen's concept of fire had reached the first minor realm. If he could devour enough fire seeds, his concept of fire could reach the second minor realm. At that time, the power of his fire and water sword technique would be even stronger. What a pleasant surprise. Fang Chen shook his wrist and directly took out a fire seed from the magma river. This fire seed was like a flower, quietly lying in Fang Chen's palm. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen used his mind to control the concept of fire and instantly absorbed the fire seed. After absorbing the fire seed, his concept of fire improved a lot. This is really good stuff. For the concept of fire, a fire seed was definitely a great supplement. He had just entered the training mountain range when he encountered such a strange magma river. Moreover, there was a fire seed in the magma river. This made Fang Chen very excited. After that, Fang Chen began to check. He didn't know if he didn't check, but when he did, he was shocked. Within the magma, there were countless fire seeds. These fire seeds were floating freely, absorbing the scorching aura within the magma. Let's collect some fire seeds first. Fang Chen thought to himself. Since he had encountered a fire seed, he had to let his concept of fire absorb enough fire seeds to make a breakthrough. Once his concept of fire reached the second minor realm, his strength would skyrocket. In the following time, Fang Chen constantly searched for fire seeds. In just half an hour, Fang Chen had absorbed more than 30 fire seeds. After absorbing these fire seeds, Fang Chen clearly felt that his concept of fire had greatly improved. In this way, Fang Chen continued to search for fire seeds. 2 hours later, Fang Chen finally felt that his concept of fire had reached a bottleneck. After absorbing a large amount of fire seeds, his concept of fire had reached the bottleneck of the first minor realm. He could no longer absorb fire seeds. Why can't I break through? Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, several sounds of breaking air suddenly came from the distance. Then, Fang Chen discovered that some of the participating warriors had discovered this place and were rushing over. Everlasting sect disciples. Fang Chen could see that these disciples were rushing over from their clothes. Their clothes were very similar to the Everlasting sect's disciples. At the same time that Fang Chen discovered the Everlasting sect's disciples, the Everlasting sect's disciples also discovered Fang Chen. However, Ji Lei wasn't among them. Yes. These Everlasting sect's disciples didn't recognize Fang Chen. Brat, obediently hand over the things you obtained here, said one of the Everlasting sect's disciples coldly. The aura here was scorching hot, and there was even a river of lava. They were certain that there was a supreme treasure here. When they arrived, they discovered that Fang Chen was already here. So they guessed that Fang Chen might have obtained something here. What are you standing there for? Are you courting death? Asked another Everlasting sect's disciple. Fang Chen frowned, a bit displeased. You're the ones courting death. I'll kill you. One of the Everlasting sect's disciples was infuriated. He directly attacked, wanting to kill Fang Chen and steal Fang Chen's demonic chi. Puchi Fang Chen only needed to lightly point a finger to instantly kill this Everlasting sect's disciple. Seeing this, the other Everlasting sect's disciples were infuriated. They directly joined forces to kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! Several rays of light shot out, and the 5 Everlasting sect's disciples were all killed. After doing all this, Fang Chen took their tokens and clenched his hand. Immediately, 5 strands of demonic chi appeared in front of him and entered Fang Chen's token. As expected, the demonic chi comes faster when stealing from others. Fang Chen grinned. The Everlasting sect's disciples actually dared to target him. This made Fang Chen very angry, so he cleanly killed the 5 disciples. Just as Fang Chen collected the 5 strands of demonic chi, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Immediately after, a figure shot over from afar. When this figure saw the 5 people lying on the ground, his expression changed. He looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You killed them." "That's right, I killed them." Fang Chen looked at the person and said indifferently, "Very well, since you killed them, then you'll pay with your life." The person said with a cold smile, "I'm afraid you don't have that right." Fang Chen said, "Ha ha ha, you dare to say such words in front of me, the demon ghost. You're courting death." The demon ghost said coldly. The demon ghost was one of the elites of the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect. He had also reached the early 4th level of the Qi High Realm. When Fang Chen killed Wu Sheng, the demon ghost was in seclusion and had no idea. When he entered the training mountain range this time, he was with these Everlasting sect's disciples. Just now, He let these disciples go first while he went ahead to take a look. He didn't expect that when he returned, the 5 of them had already been killed. Chapter 254. Hearing the demon ghost's words, Fang Chen felt that it was ridiculous. An early 4th level Qi High warrior actually wanted him to commit suicide. The current Fang Chen's strength had increased. Even if he met the 5 great geniuses, he would not be afraid, not to mention this small fry in front of him. Even if Gui Kuei came, I would not be afraid, not to mention you. Fang Chen said. Looks like you won't give up until you see the end. The demon ghost said coldly, if that's the case, then I'll let you know how powerful I am. As soon as Ghost Hunter's voice fell, an incomparably dense aura instantly appeared around his body. His fiend god body refinement was instantly activated. Crash. The demon ghost clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He punched towards Fang Chen. So childish. Fang Chen looked at the demon ghost's attack and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky. 3-sword realm sword explosion. With a crackling sound, the flash of sword light collided with the demon ghost's fist and exploded. You. At this moment, the demon ghost felt a strong force enter his body and destroy all his defenses. This feeling, he had only felt from his senior brother, Gui Kuei. Could it be that the person in front of him was as strong as senior brother Gui Kuei? No. In an instant, the flash of sword light exploded with a wild aura. The airwave blasted the demon ghost's body into the magma river. The demon ghost saw this scene and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the demon ghost's body fell into the magma river. Then, a miserable cry was heard. In a moment, a skeleton floated on the surface of the magma river. Ignorant. Fang Chen said in his heart. The demon ghost's cultivation was only at the early 4th level of Qi High, the same as Gui Kuei, but he obviously did not leave. What a pity. Ever since he knew about the divine demon body of the ghost-killing sect, Fang Chen had always wanted to see how powerful the body of the ghost-killing sect was. However, this demon ghost was too weak. With one sword strike, he was blasted into the lava river and lost his life. Just as Fang Chen was sighing, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed on the ghost hunter's skeleton. In the blink of an eye, this glimmer of light surrounded the skeleton. Yes, this is. When Fang Chen saw this, he felt the heat of the light and was puzzled. It's absorbing the energy from the demon ghost bones. Fang Chen exclaimed when he saw the light absorbing the energy from the bones. Boom! Fang Chen clenched his hand into a fist and punched at the light. Suddenly, the bones fell apart and the light turned into a flame. Fire seed. Fang Chen asked doubtfully when he saw the flame. This flame was completely different from the fire seed he had obtained before. The difference was huge. Could this be a mutated fire seed? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this time, Fang Chen remembered the history of the continent that he had read before. There was information about fire seeds in it. Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the flame in disbelief. Mutated fire seed. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Fire seeds were a special kind of flame. When a martial artist absorbed a fire seed, their concept of fire would be greatly improved. Of course, after reading the history of the continent, Fang Chen knew that not only could martial artists absorb fire seeds, but even demonic beasts could absorb fire seeds. And this mutated fire seed in front of him had absorbed other fire seeds and mutated into such a strange fire seed. A mutated fire seed was very powerful. It was not something an ordinary fire seed could compare to. I wonder how many ordinary fire seeds this fire seed has absorbed. Fang Chen said. At this time, the mutated fire seed discovered that someone was attacking it and wanted to drill into the lava river. However, how could Fang Chen let go of such a good opportunity? Want to leave? Fang Chen shouted. Then his figure flashed and he waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He instantly released the 3rd level of the water-fire sword technique. The 3 sword beams of water and fire penetrated the magma river and hit the mutated fire seed. Sigh. After the mutated fire seed was hit, it emitted a fanatical aura and constantly struggled. Fang Chen flicked the hidden dragon sword and took the mutated fire seed out of the lava river. He then placed it in his hand. The mutated fire seed in his palm wanted to escape, but it was restrained by Fang Chen. Feeling the scorching aura, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of a mutated fire seed, its temperature was more than 10 times that of an ordinary fire seed. Otherwise, after absorbing ordinary fire seeds and greatly improving his concept of fire, he would not have been able to withstand the heat of this mutated fire seed. Fang Chen activated his red level soul and drilled it into the mutated fire seed to check how many ordinary fire seeds it had absorbed. According to the records of the continent's unofficial history, once a mutated fire seed absorbed 100 ordinary fire seeds, it would undergo a true transformation. At that time, it would reach a whole new level. His soul drilled into the mutated fire seed and instantly checked the number of ordinary fire seeds it had absorbed. 99. When he heard this news, Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. He did not expect that the mutated fire seed attracted by the bones of the demonic ghost would absorb 99 ordinary fire seeds. If it absorbed another ordinary fire seed, it would complete a perfect transformation. At that time, even if Fang Chen encountered it, he would not be able to capture it easily. As Fang Chen controlled the mutated flame, his eyes were filled with a fiery glow. If I absorb this mutated fire seed, will my concept of fire break through the bottleneck and reach the second minor realm? Fang Chen thought to himself. However, Fang Chen rejected his idea in an instant. This was because it was very difficult to break through from the first minor realm to the second minor realm, unless there was a great opportunity. Fang Chen did not think that this mutated fire seed could help him break through his concept of fire. However, at this moment, a trace of madness flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. Then, he said faintly, if I let this mutated flame seed absorb an ordinary flame seed and undergo a transformation before devouring it, I'm confident that I'll be able to break through my fire intent. Through observing the mutated fire seed, Fang Chen had already discovered that the reason why the mutated fire seed did not devour the last ordinary fire seed was because it did not have enough energy. Therefore, it was attracted by the bones of the demonic ghost and was captured by Fang Chen. I don't know if it will work. Thinking of this, he began to act. Fang Chen held the mutated fire seed in one hand and found an ordinary fire seed in the magma river with the other. Then, he kept moving his hands together, trying to make the mutated fire seed absorb the ordinary fire seed by force. However, when the two fire seeds came into contact with each other, the mutated fire seed began to reject the ordinary fire seed. The rejection was very strong. How can this be? Is the mutated fire seed lacking energy? Fang Chen was puzzled. Then, Fang Chen took out some spirit stones and let the mutated fire seed absorb them. However, it was to no avail. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly and an invisible aura spread out instantly. When this invisible aura spread out, the mutated fire seed in Fang Chen's hand began to become active. Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile when he saw the mutated flame jumping continuously and absorbing the formless aura. This works too, Fang Chen said in surprise. Bit by bit, he watched the mutated fire seed absorb the invisible aura. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the mutated fire seed absorbed enough energy. Next, Fang Chen let the mutated fire seed absorb the ordinary fire seed. The process was very smooth. Before Fang Chen could do anything, the mutated fire seed absorbed the ordinary fire seed on its own. Rumble just after the mutated fire seed absorbed the last ordinary fire seed, the mutated fire seed suddenly underwent an earth-shaking change. Hiss! Fang Chen felt a scorching aura coming from the mutated fire seed, making him feel a little suffocated. This, Fang Chen tried hard to control the mutated fire seed, but the latter was struggling, trying to escape from Fang Chen's palm. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the mutated fire seed underwent a perfect transformation. A purple flame appeared in the center of the fire seed. Is this the perfect state of the mutated fire seed? Fang Chen could feel the tyrannical power of the mutated fire seed. Damn it, it's struggling. At this moment, Fang Chen found that the mutated fire seed was struggling. The purple flame in the center of the fire seed was so hot that even Fang Chen, who was surrounded by the concept of fire, felt a tingling pain. I can't go on like this, or it will escape. Fang Chen thought quickly in his mind. Suddenly, Fang Chen had a crazy idea, to devour the mutated fire seed. At this moment, this was the only way. It was not easy to get a perfect mutated fire seed. Fang Chen did not want to give up, let alone let the mutated fire seed escape. After making the decision, the concept of fire around Fang Chen instantly turned into a strong flame, burning fiercely. Then, Fang Chen quickly put the mutated fire seed into his mouth. After the mutated fire seed entered his mouth, it went down his throat and into Fang Chen's dantian. The scorching flame burned his dantian, and Fang Chen let out a miserable scream. Burn! Fang Chen tried hard to stabilize his body and shouted in a low voice, trying to let the concept of fire absorb the mutated fire seed. However, it was not that easy to absorb a perfect mutated fire seed. The mutated fire seed was struggling, trying to burn Fang Chen's sea of qi, and the concept of fire was helping Fang Chen block the mutated fire seed's burning. For a time, a confrontation occurred in Fang Chen's dantian. After the mutated fire seed burned his sea of qi, the liquefied spirit energy kept rolling, and Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. Chapter 255. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen felt the concept of fire in his body rumbling. He then realized that the mutated fire seed that was burning his sea of energy in his dantian had completely disappeared. "I've finished devouring it," Fang Chen muttered softly. At this moment, a flame that soared into the sky instantly appeared around him. The powerful flame caused the surrounding trees to wither and turn yellow in an instant. Concept of fire, the second minor realm. After devouring the perfect mutated fire seed, Fang Chen's concept of fire finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the second minor realm. After reaching the second minor realm, the concept of fire became even more powerful. Rip! Fang Chen immediately withdrew the concept of fire, but the smile on his face became even wider. "Although my energy sea is damaged a little, it's all worth it." Fang Chen grinned. While devouring the perfect mutated fire seed, his energy sea was burned and damaged a little, but it could be repaired. "When I get out of here, I'll find some spiritual herbs to repair my energy sea," Fang Chen thought to himself. After reaching the second minor realm of the concept of fire, Fang Chen could not wait to test the power of the water-fire sword technique. Swoosh! The hidden dragon sword danced, and the water-fire sword technique was instantly displayed by Fang Chen. The second minor realm of the concept of fire was directly integrated into it, and the power of the water-fire sword technique instantly increased. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a wild smile. Because of the breakthrough in the concept of fire, the third level of the water-fire sword technique had also reached the perfection realm. Perfection realm, ha ha ha. Fang Chen laughed loudly. If he cultivated normally, it would be too difficult to cultivate the third level of the water-fire sword technique to the perfection realm. However, this time, by chance, the third level of the water-fire sword technique had reached the perfection realm. Now that the water-fire sword technique had reached the perfection realm, Fang Chen's strength was even more powerful. "Even if I encounter the 5 great sky prides, I won't be afraid," Fang Chen thought to himself. It had been half a day since Fang Chen left. Yi Ming had been waiting for Fang Chen where he was. "It's been half a day. I wonder if anything happened to Fang Chen," Yi Ming thought to himself. However, just as Yi Ming was deep in thought, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the distance. These cultivators were dressed in black, and their faces were filled with gloomy smiles when they saw the disciples of the Windfall Sword sect and King Kong sect. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to encounter disciples from the Falling Dust Sword sect and the King Kong sect here. The heavens are really helping me." The leader laughed wildly. Black Spirit Mountain. Yi Ming's face turned grim when he saw the people walking over from far away. The Black Spirit Mountain was a formidable sect in the south, and its strength was similar to the Dustfall Sword sect. But the head disciple of the Black Spirit Mountain's younger generation, Hei Hu, was slightly more formidable than Yi Ming. At this moment, Black Tiger was leading a group. When he discovered the disciples of the King Kong sect and Luo Chen Sword sect, he was all smiles and wanted to snatch their demonic qi. "Yi Ming, hand over the demonic qi if you know what's good for you," Black Tiger said coldly. "Black Tiger, don't go overboard." Our Dustfall Sword sect and the King Kong sect are not afraid of your Black Spirit Mountain even if we join forces, Yiming said coldly. Black Tiger revealed a mocking expression when he heard this. He then said, "Trash like you dare to go against our Black Spirit Mountain? Black Tiger, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Yiming said coldly at this moment. Black Tiger sneered when he heard Yiming's words. "What if you lose?" "If I lose, the demonic chi is yours," Yiming said. Yiming was actually stalling for time. Once Fang Chen returned, they would no longer be afraid of the Black Spirit Mountain. However, if Fang Chen did not return before he lost to Black Tiger, then the Dustfall Sword sect and King Kong sect were destined to be annihilated. "Alright, it's a deal." As soon as Black Tiger finished speaking, he activated his monstrous aura and fought with Yiming directly. The battle between the two was very intense. In the beginning, Yiming was still able to fight Black Tiger to a draw. However, after more than 10 moves, Black Tiger clearly began to gain the upper hand. In the end, Black Tiger firmly gained the upper hand and firmly suppressed Yiming. "Yiming, you've lost." Black Tiger growled as he clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch at Yiming. Instantly, Yiming's body was sent flying by Black Tiger and he fell to the ground. "Release your demonic chi." Black Tiger looked at Yiming, who had fallen to the ground, and said condescendingly. Yiming's defeat made many disciples of the King Kong sect and Dustfall Sword sect feel indignant. However, they were no match for the Black Spirit Mountain. Senior brother Yiming, some of the Dustfall Sword sect disciples called out. Yiming slowly stood up, a bitter smile on his face. He then took out his token. He thought that he could buy some time, but the result disappointed him. Black Tiger's strength was much stronger than his. "Hand over all of your demonic chi," Black Tiger said arrogantly and coldly. At this moment, a voice rang out. "I want to hand over my demonic chi too." Hearing this voice, Yiming and the rest were overjoyed. They turned around and saw a young cultivator standing not far away. "Brother Fang, you're finally back," Yiming said excitedly when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen's return meant that the Dustfall Sword sect and King Kong sect were no longer in danger. "Who are you?" Black Tiger stared at Fang Chen and asked coldly. Fang Chen said. Nobody dares to challenge me, Black Tiger." "Hand over your demonic chi obediently," Black Tiger said domineeringly. Yiming, who was about to hand over his demonic chi, quickly put away his token and walked in front of Fang Chen. His meaning was clear. He was not going to hand over his demonic chi. Seeing the reactions of the King Kong sect and Dustfall Sword sect disciples, Black Tiger's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Looks like you're all courting death. Yiming, how do you think we should split the demonic chi of Black Spirit Mountain?" Fang Chen suddenly asked. Yiming was stunned. "It's all thanks to Brother Fang. It should all go to Brother Fang." Fang Chen shook his head. "You can split the demonic chi of the ordinary disciples. Black Tiger's demonic chi is mine." Fang Chen didn't care about Black Tiger at all. Hearing Fang Chen ignore him and split the demonic chi of Black Spirit Mountain with Yiming, Black Tiger's expression darkened even more. "Brat, you'll pay the price for your choice," Black Tiger said in a deep voice as a wild aura erupted from his body. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Before you act, you should be prepared to die," Fang Chen said. "If anyone is going to die, it's you." Black Tiger was completely enraged by Fang Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Following that, a thunderous attack was launched towards Fang Chen. Even though Black Tiger's strength was strong, it was only on par with the demonic hunter. To Fang Chen, it was simply sending him to his death. Level 3 of the Fire-Water Sword technique. Fang Chen executed the Level 3 of the Fire-Water Sword technique. As expected, Black Tiger's body was directly shattered by the domineering Fire-Water Sword technique. Crack! With a single strike, Black Tiger's body fell to the ground instantly, losing all signs of life forever. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists of Black Spirit Mountain were completely shocked. To kill Black Tiger with a single strike, how strong was this young martial artist before them? Crash! Without waiting for Fang Chen to speak, all the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain crushed their tokens one after another, releasing their demonic chi. After that, their bodies disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming and the rest shook their heads helplessly. Any sect would be unlucky to meet a monster like Fang Chen. Fang Chen's forceful killing of Black Tiger had forced all the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain to hand over their demonic chi. "You guys distribute the demonic chi," Fang Chen said softly after taking away Black Tiger's demonic chi. Not long after, the demonic chi of the disciples of Black Spirit Mountain were distributed by the disciples of King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect. At this moment, after obtaining Black Tiger's demonic chi, Fang Chen had a total of 10 demonic chi. Before the trial began, he had 1 strand of demonic chi. After killing 5 disciples of the Wuji sect, he had obtained 5 strands of spiritual chi. After killing the ghost hunter, he had obtained 3 strands of demonic chi. Including Black Tiger's strand of demonic chi, he had obtained 10 strands of demonic chi. While Fang Chen and the rest were happily distributing the demonic chi, the outside world was in an uproar. In just half a day after the trial started, the entire Black Spirit Mountain was annihilated. This news shook the entire trial city. Chapter 256. Within the city, all the sect leaders were gathered in the plaza, waiting for the trial to end. Some of the sect leaders were chatting with each other. "Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord, this time your Black Spirit Mountain will definitely be able to enter the top 10. That's right. Black Spirit Mountain's head disciple, Hey Hu, is incomparably strong. Entering the top 10 will be extremely easy. He might even be able to enter the top 8. A few sect leaders who had good relationships with the Black Spirit Mountain were happily chatting with the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord. The 5 peak sect leaders didn't even bother to mingle with weak factions like theirs. Thus, the ones who were more active in the plaza were the Black Spirit Mountain's factions. Whoosh! Just as everyone was chatting, countless figures suddenly appeared in the trial mountain range outside the trial city. "Someone's coming out of the mountain range," cried a cultivator. Instantly, countless sect leaders looked over. For someone to appear in the mountain range at this time, there was only one possibility: they had been eliminated. "I wonder which sect's disciple it is." A playful smile appeared on the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's face. No matter which sect it was, it definitely wasn't their Black Spirit Mountain. He had high hopes for the Black Spirit Mountain's younger generation, especially Hey Hu and the others. They were extremely strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the eliminated warriors entered the city of trials from the mountain range. When they appeared in the square, countless warriors widened their eyes and stared at the scene in disbelief. The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord, who had been chatting with the other sect leaders, suddenly stopped smiling and was replaced with fury. "That's right, fury. Why is it like this?" Intense fury surged in the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's heart. The Black Spirit Mountain's disciples lowered their heads and walked in front of the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became gloomy. Just what is going on? The Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's eyes were filled with boundless fury as he coldly asked. In the surroundings, countless practitioners were also curiously looking towards the Black Spirit Mountain region. Even the leaders of the top 5 sects were looking towards this area thoughtfully. In the past southern trials, an entire sect was annihilated. This was something that had never happened before. A sect would have at least a few dozen martial artists participating in the trial competition. Even if they were unlucky, there would still be a few survivors. However, all the disciples of the Black Spirit Mountain had been eliminated. No, among these disciples, only the head disciple of Black Spirit Mountain, Hey Hu, was not present. After seeing this scene, all the cultivators in the sect believed that Hey Hu had not been eliminated. "How did you all get eliminated?" "Black Tiger." Black Spirit Mountain's master also noticed that Black Tiger wasn't among them. Said one of the martialists in a low voice when they heard the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Lord's angry roar. "Mountain Lord, we crushed our own tokens and came out." "Why?" roared the Black Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master. "In the trial mountain range, we encountered a powerful practitioner. He killed senior apprentice brother Hey Hu in one move. "We had no choice but to do this," said that disciple. Hearing that disciple's words, the entire plaza was thrown into an uproar. Countless sect leaders widened their eyes as they looked at the Black Spirit Mountain region. To be able to kill Black Spirit Mountain's head disciple He-Hu in one move, that person was definitely one of the 5 heavenly geniuses. Thinking of that, they all looked towards the 5 peak sect leaders. However, the 5 peak sect leaders were completely calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Who killed He-Hu in one move? Is it one of the 5 heavenly geniuses? Raged the Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master. Not only had all the Black Spirit Mountain disciples been eliminated, but even their head disciple He-Hu had been killed in one move. This was the greatest humiliation of the Black Spirit Mountain in 100 years. That disciple quickly shook his head and said, "It's not one of the 5 heavenly geniuses. It's a disciple of the Vajra sect." "What do you mean the person who killed He-Hu isn't one of the 5 heavenly geniuses, but a disciple of the Vajra sect?" The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master was filled with shock. Then he icily said, "What nonsense! How could a disciple of the Vajra sect be a match for He-Hu?" "This disciple personally witnessed it," said that disciple hastily. The Vajra sect leader instantly thought of Fang Chen. He bitterly smiled. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to cause such a huge commotion as soon as he entered the Trial Mountain range. The Vajra sect. The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master looked deeply at that disciple. Seeing that he wasn't lying, he turned to the Vajra sect leader and icily said, "I want an explanation." The Vajra sect leader shrugged and said, "This is how the Trial Mountain range is. My Vajra sect's disciples can't possibly not fight back against your Black Spirit Mountain's disciples. Furthermore, my Vajra sect's disciples don't seem to have broken the Trial Mountain range's rules," said the Vajra sect leader as he looked at the white-haired elder. "In the Trial Mountain range, you can use any method to obtain your opponent's demonic chi. So the Vajra sect's disciples don't violate the rules." The white-haired elder nodded. The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master did his best to suppress his fury. He icily said, "This matter isn't over." The Black Spirit Mountain's mountain master was incomparably depressed. He had just been saying that his Black Spirit Mountain would definitely obtain a good result in the Trial Mountain range. He hadn't expected all his disciples to be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Even his head disciple He-Hu had been killed. That made him feel the greatest humiliation. However, now wasn't the time for him to explode. He would wait until the Trial Mountain range was over. On the other hand, the 5 peak sect's disciples all fell into deep thought. They couldn't understand when such a powerful disciple had appeared in the Vajra sect. To be able to kill He-Hu in one move, that kind of strength could even compare to the 5 heavenly geniuses. However, it was only a fleeting thought. It was extremely difficult to shake the position of the 5 heavenly geniuses. The outside world was in a frenzy over the matter of the Black Spirit Mountain's disciples. Meanwhile, in the Trial Mountain range, Fang Chen was leading the Vajra sect's disciples and the Luo Chen sword sect's disciples in a certain direction. Before entering the Trial Mountain range, the Luo Chen sect's sect master had passed on the information he had obtained from the Sky Sword to Yi Ming. Then, under the Luo Chen sect's sect master's instructions, Yi Ming shared the information with Fang Chen. In other words, only Fang Chen and Yi Ming knew the specific details. At that moment, under the lead of Fang Chen and Yi Ming, the crowd flew towards the inheritance ground. As long as they could find the inheritance ground, they would have a chance of obtaining the inheritance. Once they obtained the inheritance, the winners of this Trial Mountain range would be the Luo Chen sword sect and the Vajra sect. How much longer? Yi Ming looked at Fang Chen and asked. Based on our current speed, we will need at least 3 days. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's continue." Yi Ming said. Then, the crowd continued to walk quickly. At that moment, in the Trial Mountain range, the 5 prodigies were constantly searching for warriors from the opposing factions to steal their demon chi. The amount of demon chi that the 5 prodigies had was constantly increasing. Of course, while the 5 prodigies were stealing demon chi, they were also searching for the inheritance ground in the Trial Mountain range. To the 5 prodigies, the inheritance was the most important thing. As long as they could obtain the inheritance, they would have a chance of advancing to the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Once they reached the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, they would be considered to be at the peak of the younger generation in the south. Then, they would be able to enter the legendary Central Region. Every warrior from the other 4 divisions of the Golden Guan country yearned for the most in their hearts to be able to enter the Central Region one day. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and the rest had walked for a day. In this day, they had encountered many demon beasts. However, the strength of these demon beasts was mostly below the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen could easily kill them with a single strike. While Fang Chen and the rest were hurrying along, they were also constantly observing their surroundings. After all, this was the Trial Mountain Range, a forbidden area in the south. It was extremely dangerous. However, just as Fang Chen and the rest reached the end of the wasteland, Fang Chen, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. "Brother Fang, what's wrong?" Yi Ming saw Fang Chen stop and asked in a low voice. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked forward. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. At the same time, the little mouse in the special space ring appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder and pointed forward. "There is something strange in front," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "There is a valley in front of us." Yi Ming looked forward. At the end of the wasteland, there was a valley. As soon as Yi Ming was done speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the quiet valley. As soon as the aura appeared, a mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the valley. "Let's go and have a look." When Fang Chen saw the mushroom cloud, his heart skipped a beat as he spoke. In the Trial Mountain Range, seeing such a scene, Fang Chen and the rest thought that something was about to appear in the valley. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Under the lead of Fang Chen, the disciples quickly rushed towards the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there were a few warriors. These warriors' auras were all above the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. One of them had reached the mid-Qi High Realm. These warriors stood on the ground. In the middle of them, there was a ray of light. The mushroom cloud in the sky was formed by this ray of light. "Ha ha ha, we are going to be rich this time. I didn't expect to see something like this in the Trial Mountain Range." One of the warriors laughed loudly. "Meteoric iron, it is a meteoric iron. And it is such a big piece. Look at the ray of light around it, it is really shocking." Another warrior said. A smile appeared on the face of the mid-Qi High warrior. He looked at the huge mushroom cloud in the sky and said, "The appearance of the meteoric iron and the appearance of the heavens will definitely attract the surrounding warriors. Let's hurry up and take the meteoric iron away before anything happens." "Brother Cheng, what are you afraid of?" the first warrior said directly. The warrior called Brother Cheng shook his head and said, "If it attracted other people, I am not afraid at all. But what if it is the 5 great geniuses?" Hearing Brother Cheng's words, the faces of the other warriors changed. They all started to move, trying to take the meteoric iron. Chapter 257. When Fang Chen and the rest arrived at the valley, they immediately noticed that there was a terrifying glow below the mushroom cloud in the sky. "There's a phenomenon above and a glow below. A supreme treasure must have appeared here." Yi Ming's eyes flashed with excitement as he said. "Let's go," Fang Chen said. After which, Fang Chen led everyone and quickly rushed towards the depths of the valley. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the valley. There's someone ahead." Yi Ming saw a few figures in the glow. "It's the disciples of the Tianlin sect." Tianlin sect. Seeing the few of them, Fang Chen smiled confidently. As long as he did not encounter the 5 great geniuses, he was not worried at all. The appearance of Fang Chen and the rest finally attracted the attention of Brother Cheng and the rest. "Brother Cheng, someone's coming." A sharp-eyed disciple saw Fang Chen and the rest and shouted. At that moment, Brother Cheng and the rest were using all their strength to pull out the meteoric metal that was stuck in the ground. However, the meteoric metal was very heavy and they seemed to be unable to pull it out. Suddenly, Brother Cheng heard a disciple shouting. He turned around and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "It's the meteoric metal." All of a sudden, Yi Ming shouted. Fang Chen was also attracted by Yi Ming's shout. Only then did he notice a piece of black metal in the glow. "It's the meteoric metal." Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw the meteoric metal. He did not expect to find a piece of meteoric metal in this place. "It's really good stuff," Yiming said. Fang Chen walked in front of Brother Cheng and the rest. Brother Cheng paused and turned around to look at Fang Chen. He said coldly, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash from the King Kong sect and the Luo Chen sword sect. This meteoric metal is mine," Fang Chen said in an incomparably domineering manner. "What did you say? You want this meteoric metal? Who do you think you are to say such things in front of me, Cheng Yong?" Cheng Yong's face was full of disdain. Cheng Yong was the head disciple of the Tianlin sect. His cultivation had reached the mid-4th level of the Qi High realm. Other than the 5 geniuses, he was not afraid of anyone else. At this moment, hearing that a nobody was actually fighting over something with him, this caused Cheng Yong to laugh endlessly. "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here." Fang Chen did not want to waste time with the Tianlin sect disciples, so he said directly. Fang Chen's words had thoroughly infuriated the disciples of the Tianlin sect. "Brat, you're courting death." One of the disciples at the 3rd level of Qi High shouted angrily. At the same time, he gathered all the strength in his body into his fist and punched towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen snorted coldly. He used the finger of death and lightly pointed at the body of the 3rd Qi High realm disciple. Poochie, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the disciple died a violent death. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yong's face finally darkened. The person in front of him seemed to be very strong. "Who are you?" Cheng Yong's face was cold as he looked at Fang Chen and asked. "You don't need to know." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he used the 3rd level of the fire and water sword arts. Swoosh. Cheng Yong could not defend against the transformative level fire and water sword arts. In an instant, he was killed by the fire and water sword. Poochie. After a few sounds, the disciples of the Tianlin sect were all killed. In the blink of an eye, the head disciple of the Tianlin sect was lying on the ground, dead. This scene caused Yi Ming and the others to be extremely shocked. After Fang Chen collected the demonic qi of these martial artists, he walked to the side of the meteorite iron. This piece of black meteoric metal was as thick as an arm and about 1 meter long. What a huge piece of meteoric metal! Yi Ming could not help but exclaim. Fang Chen also looked at this piece of meteoric metal with a face full of excitement. Then, Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and held the meteoric metal with both hands, wanting to pull it out. Roar! Fang Chen roared and used all the strength in his body, but the meteoric metal did not budge at all. This surprised Fang Chen. The meteoric metal is so heavy. Fang Chen stared at the meteoric metal and said to himself, "I don't believe it." Next, Fang Chen activated his 2-star Dao body and his strength instantly skyrocketed. Then, he used both hands to hold the meteoric metal. Roar! With Fang Chen's roar, the meteoric metal finally loosened a little. Fang Chen struck while the iron was hot and directly pulled the meteoric metal out. Rumble! After the meteoric metal was pulled out, the mushroom cloud in the sky instantly disappeared. Then, a rich glow drilled into the meteoric metal. At this moment, the 1-meter-long meteoric metal was like a piece of scrap metal, lying quietly on the ground. As expected of the meteoric metal, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Just its weight alone was not something ordinary people could compare with. Just as Fang Chen pulled out the meteoric metal, a figure was rushing far away from the valley. Just now, there was a phenomenon in the north. A supreme treasure must be born. Gui Kuei's eyes were filled with passion. He wanted to rush to the place where the supreme treasure was born as fast as he could. "The supreme treasure is mine," Gui Kuei shouted in his heart. At this moment, Gui Kuei's godfiend body tempering was pushed to the extreme, and his speed was very fast. In the depths of the valley, Fang Chen was explaining the distribution of the meteoric metal. Originally, according to Yi Ming and the others, they were able to obtain the meteoric metal because of Fang Chen. Therefore, they did not plan to divide the meteoric metal. However, Fang Chen insisted on dividing it. He could not use up such a large piece of meteoric metal, so he might as well share it with others. However, When Fang Chen was about to divide it, he encountered another problem. Even the top-grade Yuan weapon Hidden Dragon Sword could not cut through the meteoric metal. The group looked at each other. They had actually forgotten such an important matter. Brother Fang, what should we do? Even a top-grade Yuan weapon can't cut through it. Yiming said. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the little mouse suddenly chirped to Fang Chen. Not long after, Fang Chen understood that the little mouse was saying that it could help Fang Chen by biting through the meteoric metal. However, it had a condition, and that was to eat some meteoric metal. After learning of the little mouse's intentions, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the little mouse in disbelief. You can even bite through meteoric metal? Fang Chen was shocked. At this time, the little mouse jumped on top of the meteoric iron and bit down on it with its small mouth. Crack! Just as everyone was dumbfounded, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, the little mouse stood up. Everyone saw that it was holding a small piece of meteoric metal in its mouth. A small gap had appeared on the edge of the intact meteoric iron. Everyone was dumbfounded. This little mouse was too powerful. It could actually bite through meteoric metal. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw this. He didn't expect the little mouse's teeth to be so tough. It could actually bite through meteoric metal. Since they knew the little mouse's ability, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Each of the ordinary disciples present had obtained a small piece of meteoric iron. Don't underestimate this small piece. Although it was very small in size, it was enough for them. When it was the Liang family's 4 young masters and Jin Tai's turn, Fang Chen specially instructed the little mouse to bite off a larger piece. The little mouse didn't disappoint. It bit off a few large pieces of meteoric metal and gave them to the Liang family's 4 young masters and Jin Tai. In the end, Fang Chen also gave Yiming a share. When it was distributed to all the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect disciples, only 10% of the meteoric metal had been consumed. There was still 90% left. After receiving Fang Chen's permission, the little mouse directly bit onto the meteoric metal and began to devour it. Many disciples were surprised. What race was this little mouse? Why could its teeth bite through meteoric metal? Brother Fang, meteoric metal is good stuff. If it's smelted into a weapon, it can definitely raise the weapon's grade. Yiming looked at the meteoric metal that the little mouse was devouring and said with a smile. Fang Chen naturally understood Yiming's words. Meteoric metal was precious because it could be used to refine weapons. It was said that the lowest grade of weapons refined from meteoric metal was a spirit weapon. Spirit weapons were superior to Yuan weapons. Fang Chen's Hidden Dragon Sword was only a supreme-grade Yuan weapon, but it was already very powerful. One could imagine how powerful a spirit weapon was. Of course, it was impossible for Fang Chen to refine a spirit weapon with meteoric metal. This was because refining a spirit weapon required the help of a weapon refinement grandmaster. A weapon refinement grandmaster could only refine Yuan weapons, but a weapon refinement grandmaster could refine spirit weapons. In the entire Jingguan nation, there were probably only a few weapon refinement grandmasters. I'll keep it first. When I meet a weapon refinement grandmaster in the future, I'll ask them for help, Fang Chen said to himself. However, just as Fang Chen was about to put away the meteoric metal, a sudden vibration was heard. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that a black shooting star was rapidly approaching from outside the valley. Fang Chen frowned and looked at the black meteor. In an instant, the black meteor appeared in the depths of the valley and turned into a human figure. Ghost Sunflower. Seeing the human figure, a trace of fear appeared on everyone's face. They did not expect it to be Ghost Sunflower, one of the 5 great geniuses. Meteoric metal, the heavens are really helping me. Ha ha ha. Ghost Sunflower came to the depths of the valley and was attracted by the meteoric metal at first sight. When he saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, Ghost Sunflower knew that it must be the birth of a treasure. Fortunately, he came quickly and the meteoric metal was not taken away by others. Chapter 258. Before entering the training mountain range, the sect leader of the ghost-killing sect had secretly informed Gui Kuei that not only did he have to get into the top 3, but more importantly, he had to kill all the participating disciples of the King Kong sect. After entering the training mountain range, Gui Kuei was constantly searching for opportunities. As he searched for opportunities, he was also stealing demonic aura. To Gui Kuei, demonic aura was secondary. Opportunities were the most important. This was because opportunities were not something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. As for demonic aura, even in the end, he could still steal it from others. As long as the other party was not one of the other 4 geniuses, he could take whatever he wanted. Gui Kuei, who was searching for opportunities, suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky. He instantly determined that under this phenomenon, a treasure must have been born. He hurried to the valley, and as expected, it did not disappoint him. This time, it was the meteoric iron. The meteoric iron was mostly used as a refining material for ordinary warriors. As long as there was a master blacksmith, he could refine the meteoric iron into a powerful spirit weapon. However, to Gui Kuei, the meteoric iron was not only a refining material, but also a material to strengthen his body. That's right, Gui Kuei cultivated the ghost-killing sect's divine demon body refinement. It was said that this divine demon body refinement was passed down from ancient times. The divine demon body refinement of the ghost-killing sect was extremely powerful in terms of strengthening the body. Even the King Kong sect, which was also a body refinement sect, was helpless against the divine demon body refinement. In the south, there were countless warriors who wanted to join the ghost-killing sect in order to cultivate the divine demon body refinement. Gui Kuei, the chief disciple of the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect, was one of the 5 geniuses of the south. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. If not for the divine demon body refinement, he would not be able to compete with the other 4 geniuses. However, with the divine demon body refinement, Gui Kuei's physical strength had reached the terrifying 2-star Dao body. Moreover, before entering the training mountain range, Gui Kuei's physical body had strengthened again, reaching the late 2-star Dao body. He was only 1 step away from the 3-star Dao body. One must know that even in the entire ghost-killing sect, there were only a few elders who had reached the 3-star Dao body. They could be counted with one hand. If Gui Kuei could reach the 3-star Dao body, he would be able to suppress the other 4 geniuses and become the leader of the 5 geniuses. At that time, his ghost-killing school was definitely the absolute king of the south. As for the meteoric metal in front of him, it could allow the ghost sunflower to fuse with his body and increase the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, all of this originated from the uniqueness of fiend god body refining. Therefore, Ghost Sunflower was determined to get the meteoric iron. If it weren't for his fiend god body refinement, Ghost Sunflower wouldn't have been so eager to obtain meteoric iron. Gui Kuei's celestial body tempering had already reached a certain level, so he understood it very well. Therefore, he clearly knew that using celestial body tempering, he could fuse his physical body with the meteorite iron. Once the fusion was successful, his physical body would have a chance of reaching a 3-star Dao body. Thinking of this, Gui Kuei's heart was filled with excitement. It was as if all the beautiful scenes had already appeared before his eyes. Therefore, when Gui Kuei saw the meteoric metal in front of Fang Chen, his eyes lit up. Why is Gui Kuei here? Yi Ming's face darkened when he saw Gui Kuei. Brother Fang, what should we do? The 4 young masters of the Liang family asked worriedly. Although Fang Chen was strong, they were still a bit worried about the incomparably powerful Gui Kuei. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gui Kuei. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Ever since his strength had increased, he had yet to truly fight. I was the one who obtained the meteoric iron first, so it belongs to me. As Fang Chen spoke, he directly put the meteoric iron into his spatial ring. Seeing that, Gui Kuei's expression became incomparably gloomy. He icily said, "Today, none of you will be leaving." Gui Kuei's killing intent had been aroused. He wanted to kill all the Vajra sect's disciples and then take the meteoric iron from Fang Chen's hands. Fang Chen's aura instantly surged out of his body. He stared at Gui Kuei with vigilance. A battle could erupt at any moment. Do you think you can stop me with just you? Gui Kuei smiled sinisterly. His smile was filled with disdain. Previously, before the Fengyun martial Marquis tomb, he had once attacked Fang Chen. However, that was just a casual punch. Do you think you have the right to fight me just because you were able to block my punch? Gui Kuei questioned coldly. Gui Kuei was only at the peak of the third level of Qi Hai back then. Now, he was already at the early stage of Qi Hai. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the other four geniuses, his strength was not inferior. Therefore, in his eyes, Fang Chen was just a little ant. You guys leave first, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Ming and the rest pondered for a moment. Then, they cupped their hands at Fang Chen and said, Brother Fang, be careful. After that, Yi Ming and the rest led the Vajra sect and Luo Chen sword sect's disciples out of the valley. However, at that moment, Gui Kuei made his move. He clenched his fist tightly and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. Then, he threw a punch at Yi Ming and the rest. I said that none of you can leave, Gui Kuei said coldly. His fist was directly aimed at Yi Ming and the rest. Seeing this, the latter's expression changed slightly and blocked it angrily. Bang! Just as Yi Ming used all the strength in his body to block it, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a bang, it blocked Gui Kuei's fist. Go! Fang Chen roared again. Yi Ming and the rest did not dare to stay and quickly disappeared from the valley. Seeing this, Gui Kuei's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet and bloodthirsty. He sneered and said, Fang Chen, you're courting death. So what? Fang Chen asked. I, Gui Kuei, will kill you today. After I kill you and take the meteoric iron, I'll go after all the Luo Chen sword sect and Vajra sect's disciples. Gui Kuei said coldly, you can't stop me. Bang! As soon as Gui Kuei's voice fell, a tyrannical aura suddenly gushed out from his body. Then, under Gui Kuei's control, this aura directly pressed down on Fang Chen's surroundings. Coincidentally, I'm also very interested in your godfiend body tempering, Fang Chen said softly as he moved slightly and an extremely dense sword intent appeared around him. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gui Kuei's face revealed a wild smile. After so many years, this was the first time he had met a warrior who wanted to snatch his godfiend body tempering from him. Good, very good. I want to kill you more and more, Gui Kuei said coldly. As soon as Gui Kuei's voice fell, the surrounding air suddenly froze. Gui Kuei's two-star Dao body was instantly activated. Specks of brilliance appeared on his skin. These specks of brilliance contained a tyrannical power that directly pushed Gui Kuei's defense to the extreme. Late-stage two-star Dao body? Fang Chen saw the specks of brilliance on Gui Kuei's skin and said faintly. Then, Fang Chen also activated his two-star Dao body. However, Fang Chen's Dao body was slightly weaker than Gui Kuei's. What? Seeing Fang Chen activate his Dao body, Gui Kuei's face was filled with astonishment. Back in the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis tomb, Fang Chen's Dao body was only a one-star Dao body. How long had it been before his body reached the two-star Dao body? If he has godfiend body tempering, what kind of terrifying realm will his body reach? At this moment, Gui Kuei finally realized Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential. In this way, he had no choice but to kill Fang Chen. He couldn't let a tiger return to the mountain. Although Fang Chen couldn't be considered a tiger, Gui Kuei didn't want to leave behind future troubles. Therefore, when Gui Kuei displayed his godfiend body tempering, he suddenly clenched his fist. Then, specks of brilliance all over his body converged on his fist. Godfiend fist. Following Gui Kuei's shout, the godfiend fist was instantly displayed. In the sky, the sound of thunder resounded. Wherever Gui Kuei's fist passed, space would distort. The godfiend fist was born from the godfiend body tempering. Back then, because the Ghost Killing Gate's ancestor obtained the godfiend body tempering, he became a peerless expert and established the Ghost Killing Gate. Afterwards, the Ghost Killing Gate's ancestor comprehended the godfiend fist from the godfiend body tempering. After some modifications, the godfiend fist could be passed down. After that, the godfiend body tempering and the godfiend fist became the two ultimate techniques of the Ghost Killing Gate. The godfiend body tempering was a defensive cultivation technique, while the Godfiend Fist was an offensive cultivation technique. The two complemented each other, and when combined, their power was extremely shocking. Gui Kuei directly used the Godfiend Fist against Fang Chen. It was enough to see how much he wanted to kill Fang Chen. Third level of the Water-Fire Sword Art. Seeing the incomparably tyrannical Godfiend Fist coming at him, Fang Chen didn't hesitate and directly used the third level of the Water-Fire Sword Art. The Water-Fire Sword Art was originally powerful. Not long ago, Fang Chen had absorbed the perfect variant Flame Seed, allowing his fire concept to reach the second minor realm. The Water-Fire Sword Art's power had increased once again. The third level of the Water-Fire Sword Art was inconceivably powerful. This was Fang Chen's strongest offensive sword art. Whoosh! The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. The tip of his foot lightly flickered on the ground, and a tyrannical water-fire sword light was emitted from the hidden dragon sword. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand carried a majestic sword intent as it fiercely pierced towards Gui Kuei. At the same time, in the sky, the water-fire sword light fiercely collided with the Godfiend Fist's light. Crack! When the two collided, a deafening sound immediately erupted. Following that, a fanatical aura instantly exploded, engulfing the entire ground. Gui Kuei, who had used the Godfiend Fist, felt the power of the water-fire sword light. His expression changed slightly, and his fist suddenly blasted towards Fang Chen. Bang! When the terrifying chi wave in the sky completely dissipated, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword also fiercely collided with Gui Kuei's fist. Crack! The hidden dragon sword directly pierced Gui Kuei's fist, instantly breaking through the Godfiend Fist's defense. Crash! Gui Kuei's fist instantly exploded, and blood flowed out. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Gui Kuei's body rapidly retreated, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. When he looked at his bloody palm, his eyes were filled with scarlet color. What kind of sword art is this? How can it break through my defense? Gui Kuei's heart was in turmoil. Not only had Fang Chen's sword art broken through his defense, but it had also broken through his Godfiend Fist. It had to be known that apart from the other four great geniuses, no one in the south had ever been able to put Gui Kuei in such a difficult position. Originally, Gui Kuei thought that he could easily kill Fang Chen. However, the result before his eyes exceeded his expectations. He wasn't this strong last time. Gui Kuei thought to himself. He looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of shock. In such a short period of time, Fang Chen had actually grown to this extent. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to crush the five great geniuses. Chapter 259. Looking at his bloody palm, Gui Kuei's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. In the next moment, Gui Kuei pushed his fiend god body refining to the extreme, and his palm rapidly recovered. Soon, his bloody palm was restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The fiend god body refining was too tyrannical. Not only was its defense tyrannical, but even its recovery was so tyrannical. If I have the chance, I must obtain the fiend god body refining. Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. After fighting with Gui Kuei just now, Fang Chen discovered that although Gui Kuei was strong, he wasn't his opponent at all. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Gui Kuei in the following battle. Fiend God Fist. Gui Kuei stared at Fang Chen and roared, once again using the Fiend God Fist. This time, Gui Kuei's Fiend God Fist was countless times more tyrannical than before. However, Fang Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He used the third level of the water and fire sword art. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed the perfect fire seed, allowing his concept of fire to reach the second minor realm, Fang Chen probably wouldn't have been able to completely suppress Gui Kuei. Bang! Bang! After a series of fierce battles, Gui Kuei was completely suppressed by Fang Chen. Bang! With a loud sound, Gui Kuei's body was sent flying by Fang Chen's sword. At this moment, Gui Kuei's body was covered with many wounds, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Damn it, why is he so strong? Gui Kuei roared furiously in his heart. Gui Kuei quickly stood up, his eyes flickering. He was thinking of a way to escape. Suddenly, he used the fiend god fist and bombarded Fang Chen. A majestic fist light shot out from his fist. Gui Kuei waved his hand, and suddenly, a pitch-black bead mixed with the fist light and shot towards Fang Chen. Boom! Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword stabbed into the fist radiance and the fist radiance instantly dissipated. However, at this moment, Fang Chen felt a wave of palpitations. Then, Fang Chen's expression changed greatly, and his figure flashed. Just as Fang Chen's figure flashed, the pitch-black bead in the fist light exploded. A majestic force swept across the entire land and broke the hidden dragon sword. While fortunately, Fang Chen dodged in time and was not affected by this terrifying power. The only pity was that the hidden dragon sword's body was broken into two. When the majestic power dissipated, Fang Chen looked into the distance. Ghost Sunflower's figure had long disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "No matter what, we can't be careless. Even if we are stronger than the opponent, we can't be careless." As one of the 5 great geniuses, Gui Kuei definitely had a life-saving treasure. Fang Chen had neglected this point and allowed Gui Kuei to escape. Shaking his head helplessly, he picked up the broken hidden dragon sword and put it into his interspatial ring. "The next time we meet, I will definitely take your life," Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen quickly rushed in a certain direction. At this moment, in a hidden place not far from the valley, Gui Kuei was exhausted and sat on the ground, panting. "Damn it, Fang Chen, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Gui Kuei roared angrily. Fang Chen's attack was too strong. Even with the protection of the fiend god body, he was still injured by Fang Chen. One could imagine how strong Fang Chen's sword technique was. "Not only do I want to kill you, but I also want your sword technique and meteoric iron," Gui Kuei said coldly. However, at this moment, Gui Kuei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. At this moment, on a plain far away from the valley, Yi Ming and the others were moving quickly. Suddenly, they were stopped by cultivators from another sect. Wuji sect. Yi Ming looked at the cultivators who stopped him and said coldly. The leader of the Wuji sect was the chief disciple, Ji Lei. At this moment, Ji Lei looked at the many disciples of the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect with a sinister smile on his face. "Bastards of the King Kong sect, you stole my Wuji sect's city of rebirth. Now, I will send you to hell," Ji Lei said arrogantly. Of course, when Ji Lei discovered the King Kong sect disciples, he secretly observed them. He only dared to appear when he found that Fang Chen was not there. After all, Fang Chen's strength was still fresh in his memory. Without Fang Chen, no one in the King Kong sect and Falling Dust Sword sect was a match for him. "Ji Lei, you can only be arrogant in front of us. If Fang Chen was here, would you dare to show yourself?" Jin Tai said coldly. The King Kong sect disciples knew that Ji Lei was defeated by Fang Chen. Hearing Jin Tai's words, Ji Lei's expression changed slightly. "You're courting death." As he spoke, Ji Lei's figure flashed and he directly used the unbounded celestial phenomenon. In the sky, the head of a celestial phenomenon instantly formed. Under Ji Lei's control, the celestial phenomenon's head opened its mouth and bit at Jin Tai. "Oh no!" Seeing this, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan and Yi Ming all moved, wanting to block this powerful attack. Bang! In just one exchange, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan were sent flying by the celestial phenomenon's head. Seeing the 4 young masters of the Liang clan being sent flying, Yi Ming used the Falling Dust Sword sect's ultimate technique. In the sky, 50 piercing sword lights appeared. Crack! When these sword lights came into contact with the celestial phenomenon's head, they were directly eaten by the celestial phenomenon. "How is this possible?" Yi Ming cried out. Just as he was stunned, the celestial phenomenon's head directly sent Yi Ming flying. In an instant, Jin Tai's figure appeared in front of the celestial phenomenon's head. At this moment, Jin Tai used his Dao body to block the celestial phenomenon's head with all his might. However, with his strength, he couldn't block it at all. Crack! One of Jin Tai's arms was instantly bitten off by the celestial phenomenon's head. Blood spurted out and Jin Tai let out a miserable cry. Trash. Seeing this scene, Ji Lei sneered. Crack. Another miserable cry was heard. Jin Tai's other arm was bitten off by the celestial phenomenon's head. In an instant, Jin Tai lay on the ground in a miserable state. Ah! Jin Tai let out a miserable cry. He couldn't dodge the attack of the celestial phenomenon's head. However, Ji Lei didn't seem to want to kill Jin Tai like this. Instead, he was toying with Jin Tai. Kill me. Jin Tai didn't want to be toyed with by Ji Lei. He roared in anger. Seeing this, Yi Ming and the others launched their strongest attacks in an attempt to stop Ji Lei. However, it was useless. Ji Lei's strength was too strong. Yi Ming and the others were no match for him at all. Jin Tai. The 4 young masters of the Liang family shouted in anger when they saw Jin Tai covered in blood. I'm going to kill you. The 4 young masters of the Liang family had a good relationship with Jin Tai. Seeing Jin Tai in such a state, they rushed towards Ji Lei without caring about anything else. Courting death. Seeing this, Ji Lei threw out 4 punches. 4 rays of fist radiance violently hit the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Instantly, the 4 of them were sent flying. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were extremely pale. Ji Lei, are you trying to start a war between the 2 sects? Yi Ming looked at Ji Lei and said coldly, "Mph, it's just the Falling Dust Sword sect and the King Kong sect. My Wuji sect doesn't care about them at all." Ji Lei said coldly. As he spoke, Ji Lei controlled the celestial phenomenon's head to attack Jin Tai again. Crack. Both of Jin Tai's legs were bitten off. Jin Tai endured the pain and looked at Ji Lei with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Ji Lei would have been killed by Jin Tai many times over. Ah! Jin Tai screamed miserably. He wanted a quick death, but Ji Lei refused to let him die. He was torturing him. Seeing Jin Tai in such a miserable state, Ji Lei was delighted. He controlled the celestial phenomenon and attacked Jin Tai's chest once more. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking quickly on the ground not far from the wasteland. Suddenly, he heard miserable cries. Then, Fang Chen sensed the energy fluctuations in the sky. This aura is the peerless celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, Fang Chen realized that the fluctuations in the air belonged to the peerless celestial phenomenon. Thinking of this, his expression changed. They must have encountered danger. Fang Chen was extremely anxious. He pushed his speed to the limit and directly rushed towards Jin Tai and the others. On the way, Fang Chen heard several miserable cries. The closer he got to the source of the sound, the colder Fang Chen's eyes became. When Fang Chen arrived at the source of the sound, he happened to see Jin Tai, who was covered in blood and had lost all 4 of his limbs. Above him, the head of the celestial phenomenon circled around, preparing to attack. Ji Lei. Fang Chen's heart burned with fury. Finger of death. Suddenly, Fang Chen used the finger of death. This was the sharpest finger of the finger of death. Furthermore, Fang Chen attacked in anger. Whoosh! A majestic finger light shot out from Fang Chen's finger and towards the celestial phenomenon's head. Roar! The celestial phenomenon's head let out a roar. Then it opened its mouth and attacked Jin Tai's chest. Bang! Just as its head was about to make contact with the golden platform, it suddenly exploded, and a wild aura instantly spread out. They originally thought that Jin Tai would die under the attack of the celestial phenomenon's head. However, to their surprise, Jin Tai did not die. Instead, the celestial phenomenon's head was smashed. Who is it? Ji Lei roared furiously when he saw the celestial phenomenon's head being smashed. However, when he turned to look at the figure in the distance, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. It's Fang Chen, Yi Ming shouted in surprise when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen is here. We are saved. The Liang family's 4 young masters shouted. The disciples of the King Kong sect and the Luo Chen sword sect were also ecstatic. Fang Chen quickly walked towards Jin Tai. He pointed his finger a few times and sealed Jin Tai's blood vessels, stopping the blood from flowing out. Eat this. Fang Chen took out some spiritual herbs from his spatial ring and fed them to Jin Tai. You're here. Jin Tai's face was filled with pain as he whispered. After eating these spiritual herbs, Jin Tai's life was not in danger for the time being. Fang Chen asked the Liang family's 4 young masters and Yi Ming to take care of Jin Tai. Leave the rest to me. Fang Chen nodded at Jin Tai. At this moment, Ji Lei's heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape.